All right, I think we're live. I did what it did yesterday. Okay, I have a very important question. How do I sound right now? Because I am positioned up. I am positioned a little differently here. My back, yeah, well, it might have to be a little quieter. Is it still audible? Because my back has been killing me, and I just kind of figured, why is my back so sore? And it's because I'm always leaning forward for 4 hours straight talking into the mic. But if I can lean back like this, from the ergonomic standpoint, I think that's going to be a good thing. You making me my pizza, Jaboni? You see my message up above to you? Again, how do I sound to other people? Let me know your feedback. I am, like I said, hopefully I sound good enough. All right, let's... Good morning from Lakeland. Hold the mic like a reporter for 4 hours. I guess I could do that. At my old office before I moved here to this little tuna can that I'm in, I had the bracket where I could, adjust it wherever I'm at, but unfortunately in this setup with the size desk I currently have, it's just very inefficient. Very inefficient. Oh, I know you're joking. I know. What a morning. Somebody remind me that I do need to do a flip trade. So I don't want to forget. Well, I guess somebody just remind me because I definitely don't want to flip it and then waste out a day. But I got to do a flip trade today. Is this? So I was waiting for a very long time to get long right up here. Maybe this buy is finally going to show up. Not right before. Thank you for these lives. Without you, I would never gotten into futures. That is awesome. That makes my Friday. That you just made my weekend. Mackenzie. So quick question for you, Mackenzie. What did you trade before futures? Right there. Amazing. That is awesome. That is awesome. Yeah, I guess well, it wasn't that exciting, so I won't wait till 11. But yeah, before 5-ish minutes before the webinar started, I took a short here on this back test. I'm thinking, okay, this thing's starting to trend down. A lot of congestion up here. Should go up there and then continue on down. But as you see, it did not continue on down. It continued on up. So it took a loss there. So that was at, I don't remember what it was. That used to be at 100 and... I think it was at 140. Went down to like 60 something. And then I took another trade right around here, which did turn out to be a small winner because you can see the lower shadow. So the price did come down. So I tried to give it a chance to roll over, but it didn't. It went back up. So that took me out. But like I said, that was actually still a small little winner there. Whatever was hot, and it was... But I mean, Mackenzie, was it stocks? Or are you saying you were trading penny stocks, you were trading meme coins, you were trading options? Like, were you trading like everything? Hey, as a reminder, hit that like button if you've been here before and you know that you're going to enjoy. If you've never been here before, great to have you. Welcome. No need to hit the like button because I totally understand. You have no idea if you're going to like this, but the like button plays a very real role in communicating to me if people are interested. As long as I know people are interested, then the live stream continues. So earlier this week, we put in a new record, like 4 hours and 24 minutes. So yeah, this stream can go quite a bit, but I want to make sure that people are indeed interested. Yes, stocks. Okay, so Mackenzie, my next question. Pam's Plant makes the argument that day trading futures through a prop firm is way better than day trading stocks. I mean, would you agree that futures trade a whole lot better than stocks? They move a whole lot better than stocks. Would you agree with that? As somebody that was very recently a trader of stocks. And again, speak honestly. Like I said, I'm not trying to pressure you. I'm just very curious of your thoughts. I think I know the answer given you thanked me, but just to make sure and for others to see. Hey, so Parasite. Hey, Jesus Rules. Good morning from Quebec, Canada. And I don't see 100% awesome. There we go. So our newest convert, somebody that was trading stocks, was open-minded enough to give day trading futures through a prop firm a try, and then they showed up this morning to say thank you, and they said that futures are 100% better than stocks. Agreed. And it makes that much more sense. While I was, why I can consistently heard over the years, if you survive long enough as a day trader, eventually you will be a day trader of futures. Like you said, now looking at stocks, it's like watching paint dry. Exactly. I got this annoying cough going on. Well, good. Again, Mackenzie, I appreciate you being open-minded enough to at least just give it a try. Because I know it's not always easy at first to hear somebody call, your current strategy inefficient, maybe not the smartest way to go about it, but you were willing to put that aside, and I applaud that. JJ Max, hello. Manuel, good morning. Good morning, Clay, man. I've traded so poorly today, almost blew an account, but ended up 120. Yeah, well, I'm glad you ended up green, SM, but I think that's probably a good call to just call it good. I was thinking, and I had a buy. In fact, I'll just show you so we can see when that order first went into play. Let's see. Bring over where was that? Was it really that long ago? Come on now. I guess it was. All right. So right here from my chat, from the private community that I offer, I was showing how I was looking to play that breakout right there, the green line, my entry point right there. You can see I was looking to buy 5 at 846 and a quarter. Just looking for some confirmation. And that was back at 1018. So I waited for that. I mean, that was probably 20 minutes. I don't know, about 20 minutes, 15 minutes or so. That order just sat out there for the longest time. And then this happened where it rolled back over. So I was like, all right, well, never mind. I guess that's not going to happen. But now seeing, that's where the question is, do I throw this back out here again? Do I give it a try? And maybe. I'll get rid of this line now. It's served its purpose. But yeah, I'm going to keep an eye on that. What is up with my cough? Goodness. Man. I cannot kick this cough. So I appreciate your patience. Is the mic still sounding good to everybody? Because I will say this feels very good to be able to lean back and not be hunched over. So I really hope that the mic, even if a little quieter, hopefully you're okay with that. You can just turn up your volume a little bit more. But Mackenzie, awesome. Did you go with and I'm assuming you went with the prop firm too? Let me just double check on you. You didn't just do Pam's, you did Pam's Plant, right? Oops. All right, there is the trend line. But again, I'm still wondering if my original entry up here, let it kind of clear all this riffraff before trying to go long. What's it? I don't got time for that. I can't do this for 4 hours and then go sit in a sauna, man. I got kids. I got a family I got to try to spend some time with, brother. I guess to be fair, maybe I could take the kids and the family with me in the sauna, but I don't know. We need a pretty big sauna for 8 people. Awesome. Hopefully, did you use code Clay? Please tell me you used code Clay, Mackenzie. I'm kidding. Don't feel bad. If you use somebody else's, that's fine. If you like somebody else and you want to support them, that's totally fine. I caught another spike at 8:30 a.m. for 2 days. What do you mean you caught a spike? Like, were you in before 8:30? Or did you wait for 8:30 to happen? You caught another spike. What'd you go with, 50K or 25K? What's your purchasing power? So yeah, right now, just kind of watching and observing. We have this trend line here, and then this area right here is the overnight high. And you can see that it's just one of those levels that the price does care about, and it's just bounced off of it. I was just explaining that for a while I was watching, this general area for a long, probably about 20 minutes ago. I don't know, is this following the break? Again, there is just so much congestion around here, so it almost seems like, is that just let it clear above there first? Or do I try to jump the gun and... Hey, Spider Lily. Well, right now I'm glad I didn't jump the gun because it got rejected right off that trend line. Will you break or will you not break? That is the question. As of now, another rejection. Power of trend lines. Look at that. Boom. Right off of it. Yikes. Hey, Sky Heaven. I might need some more, something hot or something. The water's not helping. All right. I was thinking, do you do a short here with a target on the short down here? Whoops. Maybe. I don't know, because the whole thing is in an overall uptrend still. So taking that short has me a little nervous, but I wouldn't call you crazy. Especially if the high's right here. So you put a stop right here. So if you get in right here, there's the size of your risk. And then if you do get all the way down to those lows right here. So if this is your reward box and that's your risk box, I mean, that's a nice little risk versus reward. Oh, looks like it's changing though because that candle's pushing up a little. All right. Never mind. So that box size has officially changed. All right. Never mind on that one. Hope I passed it. I just hit my profit target. Well, what do you mean you hope then? Haven't you passed? What are you hoping about? I'm gonna go ask my wife to give me something hot. I'll be right back. Hey, Abby, could you make me some sort of tea? Yeah. I guess yeah. No, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, if you don't mind putting some honey in it. Yeah. Not in this situation, not that type of hot, but yeah, it's gotten hot clearly a few times. All right. Oh, so another rejection off that trend line. Yeah, listen to Pat. Pat can answer any questions. Yep. Oh, I mean, this is just a nice bull pennant. Oh, whoops. There we go. So we have that, have that, have that. For you golfers, there's the golf hole down here. So there is the bull pennant. You gotta think that the one this thing breaks, it's gonna get going, don't you? Or is that too obvious? Or is that too obvious? I don't, man. Look at this trend line. I don't know, maybe you wait to get it up there so it can clear all this rift draft first. I mean, I'm plenty in the green, but all right, well, we'll see. Are you guys seeing this too, or am I just imagining things? Do you agree or disagree with what I'm looking at here? I guess if you agree, hit that like button. So we're at 28 likes right now. So this will be a way to kind of see if you're seeing what I'm seeing. So we're at 28. Hopefully it goes up to at least 29. So there's at least one person. Oh, and then the bot person just showed up. Hey, bot person, are you here? Speak up in the chat. Bot person, speak up. Ultrasound, speak up. Bot person, speak up, please. I agree. Both my trend lines are acting as resistance and support. Now there's the break right there. Again, I think my entry point, I'd feel more comfortable with up around there to let it clear out of kind of all this potential rift draft right here. Hey, Isle Boy, good morning. This looks good. Is it going to go? It looks so good. I agree, but I got UVIX. Hey, Happy Days. I'm glad you're using stop losses now. Look at that. We've made some progress with Happy Days. He's actually now using stop losses. Okay, I jumped the gun a little bit. I was going to wait for that clear of that area up there, but we'll see if this comes back to bite me here. Again, my original buy was supposed to be up above that little high right here, but we'll see. Okay, those are a couple price targets up there. Come on, keep pushing. I'm long to 850. What? I'm out. What is this? All right, I survived in the green, but what was that? Do you guys all see that, or is that just me? Okay, in hindsight, I should have just held because that would have been beautiful. But that's hindsight, because this thing could have done the exact opposite. All right, good. I'm glad I'm not crazy. Yeah, that ruined my. Again, yes, I realize, Clay, you should have held. You know, it spiked way up there. Well, no kidding, but when stuff like that happens, you don't know. And if it's, for all I knew, it was about to just down here. That was wild. Somehow got out for 9 points. Well, there it is. The trend line break paid. And it'll be interesting to see because this happened at 11:06. So I think, well, I don't. I think all the news is done for the day. Or is there more? Like I said, I don't think there's any news. Checking our chat room. No, nothing until 1 o'clock. But those are oil stuff. Nobody cares about that. And yeah, nothing until 3 then. Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, somebody must have said something. I don't know. I'm sure one of you will figure it out. Well, that was wild. A good argument for Pam's plant right there. Because sometimes things get jiggy and you could have been trying to manage risk to your best, but movements like that create all sorts of slippage. Thanks. Oh, that's amazing. What kind is this?
It's like a cold one or throat one.
Thank you. Oh my goodness. What is this? What's it called? What's it called? That is like can't. What am I drinking? Is this? I don't know what that is. It's goodness. That's what it is. All right. Well, a lot of volume at this range, which makes sense, right? So that's what this volume profile is, showing us where a lot of volume took place at. So it would make sense that during this longer consolidation, yeah, of course, the volume added up during that period. So if it does pull back here, I could see, trying to play a pullback. Drinking that NQ. Yes, I am. I am in. If it does want to pull back, I will take a swing at it. But down around that area, like I said, let's. Okay. Well, I don't know what is going on. Is there a let me cancel that. Does anybody actually know? Is there something going on right now where this thing could easily just snap back down below? Do we have any confirmation? Is Trump speaking right now, or does anybody know? I think there's a well, okay. Who knows? Who can say, hey, this is what's happening? I appreciate people guessing and speculating, but I'm not looking for really thinks right now. I'm looking for, hey, this is what's happening. There is a press conference going on. China grants license to 3 companies for minerals. I guess maybe that would have been it. Wow, this stuff is good. What is this? I'll drink tea, but usually tea is like, it's okay. Like I'll drink it. I understand the health aspects, but that doesn't seem like that doesn't seem like there's anything healthy about that. All right, well, I'm going to try at that green line to go long, and I'm in. See if it wants to bounce. All right, putzing around there too much. Might try again. Let's see if it wants to bounce off yourself. Let me see. If I buy here at 33 and my stop is right there, that's 23, so about a 10-point stop. So that'd be, I don't know if I want to risk $100. I'm not that high on it. So let's go to this instead. Let's try 3. Okay, in there. First profit target is that red line right there. Yes, I could be taking the scalpy scalp right now, and I could have had a green trade. I know the scalpy scalp was there. Let it cook. I'm trying to leave it in the crock pot here. Oh, it's FOMC right now? That has me a little nervous. Come on, FOMC guys, say something nice. A little nicer so I can take just a little nicer. Come on. You're oh so close. Come on, a little nice. Oh. I'm going to get a little greedier here. Let's move that up a tad bit more. See if I can get a little bit more on that one. There we go. Took that out. So what I'm going to do here is move my 2 up here to now. This will be a winning trade no matter what because my stop is in green territory. At this point, let's just do this. There we go. So I'll take another one out up here, but worst case, because my stop is in the green, it's going to be a winning trade. So the only stress I have right now is how much money am I going to make in the trade? Because I don't know how high this can go. So as traders, this is where we want to be, boys and girls. So come on, Cletus, push up here. If not, that's fine. Still be in the green, but try to give this a chance to push up some more. Take off one right there. And then the final one, I'll just trail with the stop all the way up. Come on, Fed guy. Say something beautiful like, we're cutting interest rates to 0. And out. Okay. All right, well, still a winning trade. Nice trade. Would have been nicer if it kept pushing up, but at least I got that first profit target hit. Oh, I'm taking a sip of whatever. Did anybody else take that? Why is it so quiet? Man, I thought you guys like live trades, and then I take a live trade and nobody talks. Then again, to be fair, wait, let me take a step back. The quiet is actually way better than having a bunch of people show up and tell me why I'm an idiot for doing what I am, or why am I doing what I'm doing, or trying to armchair quarterback, or Heinz, So you know what? I take that back. I appreciate the lack of armchair quarterbacking or questioning or telling me that I don't know what I'm doing or all that sort of stuff. So you know what? I refrain from that. Apex is not a scam. They're definitely not for beginners, but they're not a scam. Nice job, Will. You were on the class last night, Will, huh? Weren't you? Hey, Mike. Right, that's why people call them a scam, is because it's, I talk about it all the time right here. And this is why I say, if you are a beginner, don't do Apex trading. Yes, if you do homework, you'll see all sorts of people calling them a scam, but to be fair to them, they're not a scam. All that actually is beginners who Apex trading is not designed for. It's beginners that don't understand all the rules and all the mishmash and this, that, and the other. So yes, it does appear as a scam, but it's not actually a scam. So yes, if you're a beginner, intermediate, or advanced, then Take Profit Trader, it should definitely be in your prop firm arsenal. But after you get established, if you're a beginner, you definitely want to start with Take Profit Trader. But after you figure out kind of prop firms, how they work, get kind of a groove, and then if you want to expand the empire, then sure, you can check out Apex Trading, because at that point you would no longer be a beginner. You would, bare minimum, at least be intermediate. But yeah, that's my thoughts, and those are the two prop firms that we talk about here. Mainly, though, we just talk about Take Profit Trader because my assumption is that the vast majority of people that are watching this, or my goal, is to convert those of you that are not into day trading futures, but to start day trading futures. That is my ultimate goal. That is my evil, evil business plan. Oh, wow. Well, I was actually thinking of getting long, but in all honesty, I would have been okay because I would have wanted to come down here, and then I would have put my buy up here to see if it wanted to come back up. And that's why, I like those confirmation type movements every now and then, because by waiting for it to come back up, if it's not actually a strong move, well, then you'll just never get filled. Whatever your drawdown is, you've got to get to the drawdown, and then anything above there is considered your buffer. So anything above there, you can either pay yourself with, or you can leave it in and then start to increase your buffer. So then at that point, in theory, if you take nothing out, you could reach the point where you could lose $8,000, and you would still, you wouldn't lose your account. If you keep and that's one of the great that's one of the great debates. A lot of theories out there. Do you pay yourself, once you get above that buffer, or do you leave money in there to grow the buffer? But yes, you do need to get, and that's just standard practice across the board. You got to get up to that buffer, and anything above it. Wow. Well, I'm getting interested now in maybe another long because we have these lows right here, and these lows match up very nicely with the 50-period simple moving average. For those of you that heard yesterday, you get that joke. I think I got to at least try it. I guess if I get dumped on, then yeah, I'll just do it with 3 in case this keeps going down. Let's see. I kind of missed it. I don't know. I'm a little scared. There's VWAP. I'm a little scared now knowing that this Fed guy's talking. Philip Washington. Excellent. Well, thank you, Philip. I appreciate that. What was premature? Me wanting to buy at the 50? I think that would have been a scalp. It would have definitely just been for a scalpy scalp. How much is it off it? Oh, yeah. That would have worked for me. Now, that would have been fine for me. I would have made money. It bounced. Bounced enough for the scalpy scalp. But now, see, now Nick's in my head. Like, I see another buy here potentially, but he's like, that's premature. Little maggot. Do I try the 200 period? I'm gonna just observe for now, especially knowing that this is not purely technically driven right now. It seems like it's driven by this Fed guy speaking. Well, yeah, it blew by it after you told me not to buy and after it wouldn't have been a winning trade. What you talking about? You owe me a super chat. You cost me money. You said don't buy the 50. When I said I was thinking of buying the 50. It's your fault. I didn't make any money. I'm going to sue you into the Stone Age. If we do get a hammer candle or some sort of doji around here, well, you tell me when I'm supposed to buy, Nick. You let me know when your little magic mitten gives you the buy signal. And then also tell me where I'm supposed to put my stop. I have a buddy who loves politics, and he's well aware. He's like, I'm obsessed with politics. And oh man, he has been having a heyday. He has been keeping me all up to speed on the latest Elon Trump drama. But he is just, it's like his personal wonderland right now. So I was looking over here and he's been, I'm at 3 emails from him right now. Yeah, it's yesterday things, whew. What actually is Tesla doing today? Did it recover? Okay, got a bit of a bounce. Does it hold? That is the question. Entry at 780. Well, I don't know. Is that your entry, Alpha Scientist? If so, where's your stop at? That'd be an important thing to consider too. Yeah, where's your stop? Okay, so Alpha Scientist is apparently in at 780. His stop is 755. Yikes. I'd personally disagree with that location of a stop, but hey man, You do your system. Hey, Andrew. What's your target? Where do you think it's headed, Alpha? In a logical spot, yes, sir. Someplace that I deem logical. 800. Alrighty. Well, shout out to you. I appreciate you documenting things ahead of time, not showing up in hindsight. Well, I don't know. Is it 800 or is it 815? I'm asking you. It's your trade plan. Yeah. If it's obviously a logical spot, then you shouldn't be questioning where my stop loss is, just here. If it's obvious, right? If it's obvious, brother, then why are you asking me? Thinking about 810-ish. All right. Well, we'll see what happens. Oh, fair enough, yes, sir. I can see how your statement meant that. Yep, fair enough. That's true. Apologies on my part. Yeah, that's fair. I could find myself interested if this thing wants to come back down for a long. I'm gonna stand or stay away from any shorts right now because of the 5-minute. 5-minute, beautiful hammer candle, essentially right off VWAP. We are at this little pivot point right here, and you have the overnight high. So I don't know, could be maybe like a little short around here because then you'd have a tight stop, and if you get it to roll over, but knowing that this guy's giving a speech, things might get a little jiggy. Man, I'm telling you, this tea, I don't know what this is. It is, I need to become an affiliate of them. See if they have any affiliate codes. I would proudly talk about this stuff. This is a good idea to drink. Assuming you're okay with getting diabetes. This thing seems like it's got all sorts of sugar in it. I don't know. Again, if this does want to come back down, I would be interested in a long, but I'm not interested in a long up here. Not really interested in a short. So right now, I am in total SOH mode. Just kind of sit on my hands and let's see what happens. Hey, K-Kim. K-Kim. I mean, usually K-Kim doesn't say much. What was it, a couple days ago? They're really bizarre. It was a live stream for the records. We had some characters show up. So much so that K-Kim stepped out of the shadows and just mic dropped somebody. It was like, whoa. I'll never forget that about K-Kim. Don't get on K-Kim's nerves. K-Kim, I'm assuming you're a woman. Is that fair? So I don't have to keep just calling you K-Kim. Can I start to use the pronouns, her, she? I think it's going to keep climbing. So are you in, JJ Maxx, or what are you doing? That's a broad statement. Let's take that broad statement. Let's put some detail behind it. So if you think it's going to keep climbing, where are you buying? Where's your stop loss at? And where do you think it can head? Come on, JJ Maxx. You know the rules around here, brother. What do you mean you're not in? So you don't have a whole lot of belief that it's going to keep climbing, do you, brother? Come on, man. Korean. Okay, all right, you are a girl. So yes, K-Kim, hilarious. We had just, like I said, several jokesters, and then out of nowhere, here K-Kim comes and she just dropped the hammer on this person. I was like, oh, hide the kids. Hide the kids. It was wild. So I'm going to do my best to stay on K Kim's good side. Long story short. Well, getting kind of a little bull. But even right here, there is this bull pennant, which is fair enough. But I don't know, this is still happening in the context of this big drop. That's why I don't trust anything right now. I don't feel comfortable going long. I don't comfortable going short. So what does everybody think about this whole like Elon Trump? Like this is like Jerry Springer right now on Twitter between like the president of the United States and the richest guy. Like what world are we living in right now? What are people's thoughts on all this? I'm just sitting back. I got my bucket of popcorn. I'm just like, how have you not heard? Demetrius, you must not read. I mean, Demetrius, I'd encourage you to at least glance through the headlines in the morning. Not that you have to read a single article, but just get a general idea of what's going on around the markets. Because and the reason why I know you don't do that is because had you done that, you would not be asking that question. Well, I know, I'm not really, I don't really care. Like, I get what the back and forth is. I'm just saying, what do you think about just more so like what Will said? They need a timeout. Yeah, Jay just said they need to talk about it in private. Yeah, I'd probably be in that camp. Like, hey, fellas, like maybe keep this behind the doors. But I mean, it's all just. It's not like Elon looks good. Because let's just assume the premise is true, that Trump is in the Epstein files. All that tells us is that Elon knew this and yet was holding it from the American public. I'm not quite sure that says much good about his character. Oh, how convenient. You get upset and now you say that sort of stuff. But if that's true, Elon, and you know that, there was a period of time where you knew it and you weren't saying anything to the public. So pick your poison, Elon. Again, assuming that's true. I don't know if it's true, but like I said, I think a lot of people seem to be missing out on that fact. Like Elon can report all this nasty stuff, but all that's suggesting is he knew this all the time and was not telling us, the American public. So I don't want to see him proclaiming to be some American patriot. But they were just best friends playing around. Maybe this is all. Maybe they're like, hey, bro, let me tank your market cap, your company, 150 billion, I think I saw the article, in like 3 hours. Let's have some fun, buddy. Maybe. I guess that's possible. Yeah, maybe it's all staged that Elon was like, I'm good for this staging. I'm good for my company that I've slept in the factory for, blood, sweat, and tears, took on a ton of risk to put into. I'm good. Let's make part of the staged beef. Me having 150 billion of that gone in like 3 hours. I guess that's possible. Ah, yes, because billions. That is total. That is totally 100% factual. Exactly. Hey, yeah, you're. Well, I thought you said 815. But regardless, good job. Good trade. All right, Fendi. Well, no, Fendi, that's not how that works. We need an actual number because you don't get to type into your broker between 820 and 840 short. There's no that order entry would be rejected, my friend. So that's we call those broad statements. We need an actual entry point. Because here's what your mind is, and the reason I nitpick is because you are going to do yourself a disservice as a trader. Because if you say a range, and his range is 820 to 840, so here's the range. And if he's just paper trading all this, so let's say this happens. And his you know, it comes up here and rolls down. What do you think he's going to tell? Oh yeah, my entry point was what? Of course, he's like, well, yeah, my entry point was 820. What happens if it comes up here and goes like that? Well, he's going to say, well, okay, well, my entry point was 840 and I had to stop, at 860 right here. Or the other thing, what happens if this occurs? Well, oh, yeah, my entry point was right here, right? So don't leave yourself up for self-deception. When you nail things down up front, then you have to hold yourself accountable. You can't play any games like I just illustrated there if you give yourself a range. Know what I mean? Some of you guys are just wearing straight up tinfoil underwear. I swear. Some people they're like, you know what? It can never be anything rational. It can never be like, okay, is it possible that these two guys with massive egos are just going at it because they have massive egos? No, that can't be it. It's got to be, and then let the tinfoil things just roll. There's a term in psychology for that too. I don't know what it is, but it's like humans like demand. Like we just can't take rational things. Like no, no. Got to be a conspiracy. Hey, Ben. Are you in a futures yet? Pam's plant open to you in Greece. They're available in Greece. Hey, you did start. Very good. Awesome. Very good. I'm happy that, well, hopefully you're enjoying futures so far. I don't know when you started, but I don't know if you have enough data to make the judgment on if you enjoyed or not, but I'm glad you hopped in. I'm glad you're giving it a chance. I'm confident you're going to enjoy, though. I did mention a pullback and being interested, but this was not necessarily the pullback I was looking for. I wanted more down in this range right here. So for me, it is still just total SOH mode. But it's very volatile. Well, yeah, Ben, that's what we're here for, brother. That's the argument of futures. You want movement? You're going to get movement. That's what always makes me laugh. And people are like, oh, but meme stocks move really fast. Or low floats, short squeezes move very fast. Oh, those altcoins and the meme coins, they move really fast. Oh, those 0DT options move really fast. No. All that is paint drying compared to futures. Need to adjust. Yeah. You might need to adjust a little bit. You can't maybe play as willy-nilly. I said, maybe I missed something, but no, that's not what you said. As far as what I saw, this was the last message I saw from you, buddy. You said between 820 to 840 short, stop loss 860. So you did, to be fair to you, you did say 820, but you also said between 820 to 840. So, and again, maybe I missed your message. I don't think I did, but if there was one up above, I apologize. I didn't see that one. So I was just basing off all that based on that comment there. They both need to go with all. I guess, yeah, I don't know. I suppose it depends on what younger person you're listening to. I'm not gonna go into the pigsty, but I think it's fair for me to say, because I think everybody would say the same thing. Some of the young people, yeah, I could get behind that. So others of the young people, I'm like, no thanks. So I'd assume that's the case for everybody. Or I don't know. To be fair, maybe some of you are like, no, I don't like what any of the young people have to say. I guess that's a possibility too. Do I need another trading plat with live market data if I get funded? No, Lingo Meb. If you go with take profit trader and whatever size purchasing power you choose, so if you go with the 50K, that would cost you 119, and that includes live data. Oh boy, I may regret drawing this trend line here, brothers and sisters. Got to keep in mind on the 5 minute right now, that 50 period, simple moving average, doing work. I mean, it's doing a very good job of holding strong. Hey, Cool as Dre. Good to see you. Good to see you. Cool as Dre made a great trade yesterday, all publicly announced ahead of time. I think it clearly looks overextended at the 770 levels. All right. So do you have any plans of how you want to take advantage or how you would use that overextended look to make some money? Yes, yeah, live data and charting. And the really nice thing here is this. This is the cherry on top. So as I was saying, if you choose a 50K purchasing power, and again, use code CLAY. That's how you get the 30% off, and then there's $0 activation fee. But point being, it's 119, and that does include, like I said, the live charting and the live data. But also, once you make the jump, so once you go from the test phase into the pro phase right here, in these phases right here, there's no more monthly fee. So you don't have to keep paying that 119. That 119 is only during the month, which is why I always tell people aim to get the test passed within 1 month. Because then you go into the pro and there's no monthly fee. So you still have the live data. You still have the live charting, but you're not paying anymore in terms of monthly fees. So it's actually a pretty sweet deal when you stop and think about it. Anyone? I'm too scared to go short right now. What broker am I using? George D, what country are you in? What country are you in, George? You in America? You eating a cheeseburger right now? Some apple pie? That a boy. George is eating some apple pie with a milkshake and a cheeseburger. Triple patty. All right, so what I'm doing is twofold. Fold number one is I am day trading futures through a prop firm. So if you go to the link at the top of the screen, you'll be taken to Take Profit Trader. And step one in the whole process, you need to select what purchasing power you want. Again, make sure you use code CLAY at checkout so you get the 30% off. And then during the checkout process, they're going to ask you what platform do you want to use. And the one that I'm using and that you see here is Tradeovate. Key thing here is that you do not need to go to Tradeovate and create an account with them. Don't do that. You actually get to skip that always headache-inducing process because the prop firm, Take Profit Trader, is going to go and do that for you. So then Take Profit Trader will send you your login information, and then at that point, you'll go to Tradeovate and just log right in, and then you'll be good to go. So that is the platform I'm using. I'm using the prop firm, Take Profit Trader, and then through them, I'm using Tradeovate. Yes, yeah, this 21 EMA is doing work. It's not a magical indicator, but if you've been on the live stream before, you know it's a favorite around here. Just boom. Boom. Oh boy, is this a buy up? What would that be? Up over 11? Okay, so this is where multiple time frames are important because right now I could be looking at the 5 minute and saying, okay, all it needs to do is clear that pink line, ONH overnight high at 21.810. So I could be like, okay, 21.811. But if I were to buy there at 21,811, I'm now basically buying right in front of a potentially very valid area of resistance right there, that 50 period simple moving average. So in all actuality, the 5 minute is deceiving, and why I would, and that's my key argument of why multiple time frames matter. I feel a trap. So how are you going to take advantage of that trap, Joseph? No, to be fair, maybe like, no, I don't think that 50 period is going to make any difference. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, no, that's fine. Fendi, all I'm saying is that one, you said short between 820 to 840. But if you actually just meant 820, cool. We now have your entry point, 820. We got right off of the pink line, which is that overnight high. I don't think this trend line has served its purpose. We'll get that out of there now. What do you mean maybe? Alpha Scientist, my broker doesn't have a maybe button. I can't enter in a maybe order. I hope everyone here is a prop trader. I hope everyone here understands math and risk. Why in the world would you want to risk more of your funds than you actually need to? So I can't speak, but I hope the vast majority of people here are prop firms or are prop traders. Just stuck right at that level. Well, while we wait, what do I mean by that? You're like, wait, what? Why? Because the way the prop firm is structured is this right here. The prop firm, and one of the benefits is its added risk control via how you protect your money. How do you protect your money? Well, how much of your money is actually at risk? That is the key question. And the amount of your money that is actually at risk is the cost of the account. So for the 25K purchasing power, your overall amount at risk is 105. Now, if you're using your own money, it could be the exact same trade. And the exact same trade, and we can do any game. We can say you FOMO'd, you're revenge traded. Maybe you're behaving right, but there was a big crazy move like we saw earlier in the live stream. And the algos just kind of go crazy. But regardless, it results in a $1,500 loss. So we have two situations. We have trader A that is using his own money. He is not a prop firm trader. Well, he just literally lost $1,500 out of his pocket. We have another trader that is using a prop firm. What are their consequences? Well, they did lose the $1,500, which violates this rule right here. Meaning the prop firm's like, hey, you failed, you broke the rule, we are taking the account away from you. So yes, you do lose the account, but how much do you lose out of your pocket? Well, it's not $1,500, it was just simply the cost of the account. So that's what I mean by the added risk control. You protect your own money via very simple logic. You just put way less of your money actually in harm's way. So yeah, I hope everybody here is indeed a prop firm trader, because why oh why would you take on more risk than you actually need to? Because trading is a game of risk management. It's not about, well, I can make more if I use my own money. Well, kind of. But that's the wrong attitude because, again, and don't take my word for it. Ask any successful trader that you think is successful. Hey, is risk management, is risk control, is that like the actual most important thing for trading? And they'll say, yeah, you got to manage risk. So, yes, that is how it works and why I make that argument. I'd rather have a $1,500 trade only cost you your account gone, but you're just out the 105 versus literally $1,500 of your money gone. So that is what I mean by I hope everybody here is indeed a prop firm trader. Ooh, this is looking kind of spicy here. Yeah, I'm willing to do that. Cletus. All right, I want to see it come up and then come down. Well, Fendi, then I just gave the math. I think you're being very inefficient in your risk management. So, and again, that mathematically provable, inefficient, as I just demonstrated. Hey, nice, Nick. Is this your first time with them? Okay, got to stop right there. If it wants to come back down, I can put a tight stop above there. But if this keeps going higher and higher, then I'm going to have to... All right, I'm out. Whoops. There we go. Okay, popped up too much, meaning my risk profile got too large. So even if it comes back down, no longer interested because, again, my risk profile where I need to put my stop would be larger than what I wanted. So, all right, never mind. Maybe this is actually a legit breakout. I will say there is a ego-filled, testosterone-filled crowd out there that will make you be like, you're a prop firm trader? I trade my own money. Literally all they're doing, mathematically speaking, is saying, hey, I don't understand math. That's all they're bragging about. So don't fall for the, I trade my own capital. You little peasant prop firm. What? Okay, so you're bragging that you don't understand risk management. Have fun risking all of your money when I'm going to have like $105 at risk. And by the way, Fendi, I'm not saying you're part of that crowd. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying there is a subset of people out there that, that's what they think. And I just laugh. I'm like, all right, keep on bragging that you don't understand math, brother. All right, so how Alpha Scientist, right now you're entering into a whole lot of broad statement trading. It's legit if it crosses 820. Okay, so how are you going to take that and like make money from it? So I assume that means you're buying at 820 since it's legit at 820. So you're buying at 820, maybe 821. Then where's your stop? We need those numbers beforehand, brother. That's the chef's kiss of alerts. When you can tell us your entry, your stop loss, and a target before the price gets to any of those levels. That is the true chef's kiss. And again, a good example of why I like to wait for confirmation. It broke out. I was trying to get short, but my requirement was I wanted to see it come back down. It never came back down. Therefore, I never got in the trade. Therefore, not a losing trade. Doing well today, Dre Day. How are you doing? Yeah, I just, in real life, I tell people I do stuff in the stock market and invest in real estate. That's all I say to people. Oh, what do you do for a living? Oh, I do several things, do some stuff in the stock market, invest in real estate, and I just leave it at that. Well, quite the breakout. Smoking some pork shoulder right now. Got up at 6 a.m., put it at 225 on super smoke mode. Should be done around 6 p.m. Central Time. Gonna shred that up. Gonna have a taco bar, soft shell, kind of make our own Chipotle things. Gonna have all sorts of good stuff you can put in that tortilla. The main thing, obviously, being the pulled pork. But we got some bacon bits. What else have we got? We got some queso blanco cheese that we're going to warm up. We got some refried beans. We got some onions. What else do we got? It's going to be a good night. It's going to be a good night. What are you all having tonight? It's Friday night. For us here, with 6 kids, Friday night is, unless we have something else, like the past few weeks we've had graduation parties we've had to go to. But if we got nothing going on, we just do a family movie night. Did you ever get away from the Traeger? What do you mean? No, Nas. We're under a bot attack right now. Shout out to all the people that are not bots or trolls. And well, that's the thing is like the people that talk in the chat are not bots, which is nice. I guess I'll try to look at this as a glass half full. Well, I'm not going to say anything more. Okay, and your stop was 860, I believe. Yep, that's true. Fendi is in right now at 820. Clay New to Futures, can you go over the points per contract? Yep, I can in a little bit, Matthew. I might forget, so feel free to remind me. But I'm not going to do that right this second. And where's your stop at, Brian? Oh, come on, Brian. You can't tell us you got in at 795 down all the way down here. Where were you beforehand? Invalidated. Per the rules. You know that, Brian. You're not new around here. Come on, man. You can't show up 1, 2, 3, like 4, about 8 minutes later. Come on, man. Early Father's Day meetup for my dad, pool time, and pizza. Nice, nice. Homemade pizza or like a local place or a chain? If a chain, what chain? You can see video? Can everybody else still see the video? Can you guys still see my pretty face? By the way, if you say yes, that means you agree that I have a pretty face. You should have read the fine print. Should have read the fine print on that question. All right, so Yasir, Bruce, JJ, Danny Boy, and Chris all believe me to have a beautiful face. Which is factual. I appreciate that. I have nothing but respect to those that operate in the world of reality. Because I do indeed have a beautiful face. Man, nobody else wants to tell me what you're doing tonight? I'll try my best to remember Yasser, but I don't make any... It's hard for me to remember how to pronounce everybody's name, but I will do my best. Local place, little mom and pop. Nice. Yeah, sir. Yeah, sir. All right, I'll do my best. So Fendi 44 is going for the bull pennant breakdown. He believes that this bull pennant here is not real and that this thing is going to break to the downside. So that is his thesis. Is anybody going long here because they believe in the bull pennant? Date night with your wife. We go to a local. Very nice. Uh-oh. Fendi might be onto something. I can't remember where his target was, though. 780, maybe? I don't remember. But right now, Fendi might be onto something. Might bounce off these areas, though. So he's not out of the woods quite yet. The bull pennant has indeed fallen. I don't remember, though, what... I want to say 780, but that might be a lie on my part. I can't say I remember what Fendi's target was. But so far, it's looking good for Fendi. I'm thinking he probably moved a stop loss down, too. But that's just a guess. Do I buy the trendline pullback here? That's what I'm wondering. We'll see. We'll see if we can get some sort of form of maybe... And then I think there's some longs getting close to getting stopped out. Yeah. Brian King stop is at 21,779. Okay. So Brian's stop is basically right here. So hey, what is your target, Fendi? I think Fendi's target might be Brian's stop. I don't have a daily bias. I'm all I'm trying to do, brother, as a scalper, is try to figure out what do I think is going to happen in the next couple minutes. Plus, I don't like a daily bias. For me, if I have a bias, it causes me to do dumb things. Like, I'm like short bias. So I take a short. And then it's like everything on the chart is telling me it's bullish. But I'm like, no, I'm short biased. So I keep behaving in a bearish way. And then I keep doing dumb things because I have this stupid bearish bias. So for me personally, I don't do biases. I just try to take it not necessarily one candle at a time, but yeah, I have no idea and I don't care at all where this thing's going to be 4 hours from now. Does not matter to me. Uh-oh, Brian. Brian survived the pullback from the long side. Fendi, he's still all right, but man, this is kind of rough. What a nasty little dirty dog move. So really nobody is, everybody's kind of on pins and needles right now. I'm sure Brian's feeling a bit better, given that it's bounced back up. So longs are probably feeling, hopeful right now. Bears are probably like, oh, man. No, I don't, James. We're under a bot attack. We are under a bot attack. I upset somebody last week, and I guess they're still upset. Ooh, is this a short right here? I could potentially do a really... Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'll do that. Assuming it doesn't pop up too much. If it pops up more, I'm gonna have to cancel that. Wait, what is my... No. I'm not willing to risk 10 points on it. Never mind. Might sweep 8. Oh, fantastic. Okay. So Nestor, how do you take advantage of that? You're one of these liquidity sweep people. Fine. Can somebody for the life of me explain how you would make money from one of these sweeps? Because everybody just shows up and talks about these sweeps, but it's never any sort of actionable plan. So Nestor, my friend, can you give us an actionable plan? So what might sweep 870? Now, I do appreciate you use the word might. I really appreciate that. I can't stand when people come up and say it will sweep. What do you mean it will? There's no guarantees. So you said might. Fantastic. I love it. But tell us, how do you make money from a sweep of 870? We need an entry point and a stop loss. Please, good sir. Yeah, we will see. Because when you play the May game, you can make anything happen. The May game is the same as the could game. Like, I could go outside today and I could get mauled by a pack of hyenas. Well, Clay, you better stay inside. But I could have a plane drop out of the sky and land on my house. Ooh, this is getting spicy. I like this candle here. Can I try a little wolf head? I might try. What would that be? 7. Let's go with 3. Sell. Buy. Small, tiny little risk there. Let's see if this thing wants to come up to that red line, fill me on the short side, and then roll back over. Oh, you're all right, Fendi. Hopefully you get well soon. All right, Nestor. Well, please, once you have all that stuff you just told us, once you officially know what your entry point and your stop loss is going to be, please give us those numbers before the chart gets to those numbers. Can you do that, Nestor? Because that's what I'm learning with a certain crowd. The crowd, except Brian. Brian actually gave an entry point and a stop. So I'm not talking about Brian because I think he does a variation of it. But other than Brian, there's been nobody here that can actually give us numbers. Elon is increasingly navigating into full rotation. Yeah. We were talking about that earlier. People's thoughts on kind of all the drama. Again, I'm looking to get short at the red line. Demetrius, I'm not going to allow pumping of things that I'm not too convinced by, Demetrius. Stop talking about that. You know the rules here, man. Come on. Don't name other people. Describe other people. Because odds are I don't know who these other people are. And to be fair, they may be the great traders. I mean, super fantastic people. My point is I keep my head down, do my own thing. So I don't know much of anybody out there. So just don't name strategies. Don't name other people. Because I don't want this live stream to turn into a funnel to take people to a potentially garbage system, a garbage trader, anything like that. Again, just because I'm doing that, I'm not implying that all other people but me are garbage. That's not the claim at all. I'm just saying I just don't know most people. All right, I'm exiting out. A little too much consolidation here for me to want to get short now. No, but here's the thing, Demetrius. The best way to answer and explain these concepts and strategies and broad statements is just give us an entry point and a stop loss before the price gets to those levels. And then we can look at it and we can be like, okay. Then we can try to see if we see the logic. That's all I'm asking for. Again, shout out to Brian because I know he does but at least he has told us his entry point. Now, to be fair, his entry point was a little late, like 10 minutes after he got filled, but fine. But he has also at least given us a stop loss, like an actual number. Not a description of a location, right? Well, my stop would be below this. Well, what does below mean? Like, give us an actual number. Those are all broads. Below is a broad statement. Because notice how below gives you wiggle room to, well, does below mean like 1 point below? Is it 2 points? Is it 5 points? Yesterday we had Cool as Andre map out everything beforehand. He gave us a stop, he gave us an entry, and he gave us a target. Quite frankly, his target I thought was crazy because I'm like, whoa, that would be a banger trade. And you know what? He got it. It went right down to it. I'm like, hey, shout out. And for all of you that do that in terms of before the price gets to a level, you give us your entry, your stop, and your target. If you're wrong, I'm not going to make fun of you. And if anybody here makes fun of you, they're banned instantly because only losers make fun of other traders for losing. At least these people had the guts, had the nerves to throw themselves out there and not do some sort of armchair quarterback hindsight trading. Oh, I bought right here. It's like, oh, how convenient. How convenient you show up 20 minutes later and tell us you bought right there. Excuse us if the chat is a little skeptical. So is this 800? Oh, that's about a 20-point risk. This seems like it. I mean, I look at the 5 minute, it seems to be trending up, but this thing looks like maybe it's getting ready to head back down. I don't know. And what I don't know, what I do know is it's time for an SOH order. Sit on hands. Do nothing. Do nothing. Come on, where did the sweep guy go? Oh, no. Well, he never promised to give us any numbers. So I guess if that does not happen, we won't be able to like, hey, man, what happened to your promise? But Nestor, I would love if you could commit to telling us your entry point and your stop loss after you see enough of those confirmation things. I just like the way NQ moves better. I think NQ moves better. But if somebody were like, I trade MES, I'd be like, that's cool. This stuff is so amazing. What is this? Look at that. Look at Sadie Love right there. Actually, his name is Sam. He's given us an order to short at 817. He's given us a stop loss and a target all before the price gets to those levels. Nothing but respect, good sir. That's how you do it, folks. And even if he's wrong, hey, given we're all wrong as traders from time to time, like I said, I'm not going to make fun of Sam. And if you make fun of Sam, you gone. Hey, Loyal Wiz, where you been, brother? Thank you again. Got 4 Pro 150K accounts. Don't worry. Use your code. Nice. Well, these accounts you've had for a while, right, Loyal Wiz? Or is this like a new purchase of these accounts? I'm trying to follow. Depending on which one is stronger in direction, I'll take the trade. Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. I can see that making a lot of sense. Today you got those. You bought. Oh, don't tell me you didn't renew. Did you renew 4 Pro accounts? Is that what you're saying? You renewed Pros? Oh, okay. I was gonna say. Well, first off, yeah, that would have been quite the pretty penny. Well, thank you. Thanks, Loyal Wiz. I appreciate you using code Clay, and I'm glad. So Loyal Wiz is somebody else that he used to trade stocks and a little options before, and he says up here, and never again will he go back to those things. So yet another convert of Pam's Plant. If you are new around here, we preach Pam's Plant as a day trading strategy. The day trading strategy is day trading futures through a prop firm, and this just illustrates all the benefits, why it is a good idea. And for most people, why futures are a good idea is because right here, that pattern day trading rule, there is none. No pattern day trading rule. You don't have to putz around with cash, nothing. You just buy and sell as much as you want. The big thing for options traders is within futures, there's no theta. You don't have to worry about what strike price should I pick. And then this right here, I've kind of skipped over the best one. The way they move will make anything look like paint dry. But Clay, I trade low float, short squeeze penny stocks. Don't care. Futures will make those look like that look like paint drying. Not to mention when you factor in how much risk you actually have day trading low float penny stocks because it's all of your capital at risk, then it's like the prop firm right here just comes blaring out like, yeah, mathematically that makes way more sense. So Loyal Wiz is just talking. He came from day trading options and stocks, and now he is saying, never again will I go back to those things. Pam's Plant is where it's at. And this is an undefeated argument, by the way. A couple people have tried to argue against it, but then they end up arguing for it. But most people just end up attacking me, calling me names, accusing me of things, which we learned a couple days ago. What is that a couple days ago? Let's see who paid attention to our lesson in logic a couple days ago. What do we call that? When you attack the person, not the idea. Uh-oh. Fendi's not looking so good. I do not remember where his stop loss was at, though. It might have been 60, so he's still got some wiggle room, I think. Brian, I think, is looking good. Okay, he needs it to close above 819. Cool. Correct. Ad hominem. Fair enough, Brian. I guess that is a good encapsulating way. It's called not having a valid argument. Good point. Good point. Well said. Oh, man. No, it's called ad hominem. Ad hominem fallacy. Real quick. Our quick little lesson in logic. An ad hominem fallacy occurs when someone attacks the person making an argument instead of addressing the argument itself. It's a logical fallacy because it uses irrelevant information about the person to discredit their position rather than engaging with the actual claim. That is why I always say, if you want to argue with Pam's Plant, let me just address the ad hominem very quickly. Let me just say that, you know what? Pam's Plant, I am a scammer. I'm a terrible trader. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm a con man. Like literally anything. I don't help old ladies across the street. I shove them over and then take their purse. I don't give kids candy. I steal candy from them. Like literally anything negative. Okay. At that point, all you would have to say is, if I say to you, but I mean, is this a good idea? Yeah. Okay. Well, then what you would be saying is the scammer is giving a good idea. Or somebody that doesn't make any money trading is giving a good idea. Or somebody that steals candy from children is making a good idea. So now if you want to trust the idea and how the idea is bad, then you could say a scammer is presenting a bad idea. But as far as we've made it, it always ends up to, hey, a scammer is giving a good idea. It's like, okay, fine. So at least we have the common ground of the point that this is a good idea. So ad hominem. And remember that in your life. If somebody starts to attack you when you're having some sort of discussion, you are winning that debate. You're winning that discussion. Because if they actually had something that was relevant, well, they would address the point you're making. So the immediately when someone's like, dude, you're just stupid. It's like, ad hominem. Let's assume I am stupid. How am I wrong? Like, if that's true that I'm stupid, then it should be easily provable for you to show me how this is actually a stupid idea. Or a stupid opinion. Man, I don't got time for you, moron. Ad hominem, you are winning that debate. So that concludes our Philosophy 101 class today. There will be a quiz next week. Labradabber, it could be way, way worse. Because I have the ads set on what's called conservative mode. Where it's like very few ads, so the viewer gets the best viewer experience. So I can only, if you're complaining about the amount you're getting right now, I mean, it would probably be off the charts if I did the middle of the one. I don't even remember what they're called. I think middle and then aggressive. I can't remember what they're called. But all I can say is it would be way, way worse. Is this a buy here on the pullback? In on the pullback here. Long, that is. I need a little more than that, brother. I did go green for a second, but I need a little bit more than what I was green. Still need a little bit more than that. Okay, I got one left. Let me put this. I'll give this thing a little wiggle room. Right below my entry point. So this one could still be a loss on this. Okay, so that final contract was for a loss, but overall still made money on it. Well, looking like I'm glad I did that. All right. Nice. $5 away. Don't think about it. Don't think about it, brother. Just go trade. Thomas says, I have very few ads. Yeah, I guess maybe Labradabber has zero patience at all then? I don't know. I don't know. Oh, come on. You didn't drop all the way down there just to take me out to go back up, did you, brother? I was thinking of adding 3 more and then just putting my hard stop right here below 800. But it never did pull back enough to allow me to add in another 3. Because I think that's a good area right there for anybody going long. Just my opinion. I'm an idiot. Don't listen to me. This is just pure entertainment. I'm just a monkey. Behind the scenes, my wife throws me bananas, you know. She whips me. Get to work and entertain, monkey boy. So don't listen to me. I am a monkey. But yeah, I could see that being an interesting area for a long-sided stop or short-sided entry. Oh, Josh Price. Maybe this is why the bot guy does it. Just to annoy me because people show up and like, man, look at all these likes. We're under a bot attack, Josh. I upset somebody last week, and they're attacking us with bots. Hey, Jack, how you doing? I could see this being a pretty stubborn area of resistance up here. Look at the volume profile over here. If you envision this as a mountain, notice the peak of this mountain is pretty high. So apparently there's, quite a few sellers that showed up there to knock it back down, and quite a few that showed up right there to knock it back down. That's not to say that this area can't be broken, but the bulls are going to apparently have to bring their A game. But yeah, last week we had we had this guy show up. He was saying that he had a 99% win rate, or almost 100% algo. So I was like, hey man, well, okay, let's see it. And long story short, I asked him about 10 times to please give me like entry levels, like price or stop losses before the price got there, and he just kept talking about these levels and go short and go long. I'm like, okay, but those are just broad terms. Go long, go short. Like, how does your algorithm actually know where to go short? Like, what would the entry be? And he just dodged. He would not give that the answer. So eventually, everybody was like, dude, this guy is ruining he's distracting you. Can you please just ban this guy? So banned him. And then, like, I don't know, 15 minutes later, I noticed my likes spiked up. And then this name showed up. So he created a new name, Enjoying Your Likes. I will give you one chance to apologize to me for your rudeness and arrogance and make it count. So I was like, okay, well, let's try to talk this out here. But then eventually there's a message, you better apologize and you better beg. And I'm like, ignore. So ever since then, yes, on a daily basis, he is sending bot attacks to drive, which I'm not sure what he thinks he's accomplishing or what this is supposed to accomplish. Because literally every day I just take 30 seconds to send a report into YouTube that, hey, I got bot attacked. That way they don't think that I'm the one trying to do all this. And, they've reached back out to me, apologizing in a sense, sorry. We'll look into it. We'll do our best. But, yeah, so that is the history behind the bot attack. And every time it starts, I continue to be like, hey, if you're here, because I'd like to give him. The thing that really blew my mind was we had talked the day before through YouTube comments, and he was super nice. Like, actually a really nice guy. So that's why I'm like, all right, maybe still, were we misunderstanding one another? What exactly happened? Because how can such what I perceive as a nice guy, be behaving like this now? But so I every time it starts, I don't think he's here, though. I don't know how the bot attacks work. But I'm like, hey, man, speak up. Well, let's see the algo. I'd love to see the algo again. All I ask is, can you please give us the entry point and the stop loss of what your algo says it should be before the price gets to those areas? And I don't know, maybe sometime he'll step or speak up. But for now, the bot attacks continue. All right, we're at the trend line. Also on the 5-minute, right at the 50 period, we're at a pivot point right here. So do we get a bounce? I don't like necessarily going long here, but I also do not like going short because it seems like there's a chance this could just snap back up. So is the stream going dark for anybody else? Somebody earlier asked, I can't see. No, all good. Working great, fantastic. No, thanks, Thomas. No good here, fantastic. All right. Yeah, I'm not quite sure then what's going on there, Brian. Sounds like it's a potential issue on your end. Maybe look out your window. You got a chipmunk gnawing on your internet cord? It's when I move closer to the camera. All right, let's put this hypothesis to the test. I'm close. You guys are all getting to see my pretty face. All right, did it go dark there? I'm in a free trade now. Oh, you moved your stop loss down, Fendi? Is that what you're getting at? Yeah, that was a choppy one for you, Fendi. Unless this is a whole new trade, I don't know. It's hard to keep track. It was doing it early though, for sure. Says the guy that's like, stop sending me ads once per hour. There's too many. I can't handle it. 1 ad per week. What are you doing? I'm getting so many ads. What's up? I'm getting 1 ad per year. This is crazy. Clay, clear as day here. All right, thanks, Jack. Well, all that bullishness on the 5-minute kind of grinding up is very close to going away, especially if this candle here, which is the 5-minute, closes down below the purple line, because to close down below the purple line also implies it's closed down below that pivot point, which isn't necessarily the greatest thing you want to see. Just took a loss trying to sell the dip. Sell the. Oh, you like trying to get out of the position? Luliman got destroyed on earnings. Can't say I know anything about Luliman other than I think they make some pants, but how is that relevant to you, Kyle? How is Luliman relevant to you? Ooh, you were chasing a short. Whoops. Well, at least you know you're chasing. I use Renkos to really trade. Well, you need to start using prop firms, dog. We got, still about 4 minutes before. Four minutes before the 5-minute here closes. Because like, ooh, the 5 minutes looking good with this hammer. But like I said, we still have, basically 3 minutes now until this candle is done forming. So in other words, a lot can happen in 3 minutes, and this candle could look totally different. I have them in my long-term investment portfolio. Well, you're a young guy. They'll hopefully recover before you actually care about what's going on. I myself do not own any Lulu. At least I think that's their ticker, right? LL, is that their ticker? Tesla's still holding up. Lulu, yep. Oh boy. Oh boy. You're done, Kyle. You're never gonna retire, brother. Look at that gap down, boy. Woo! You done. You done. Go find a nice bridge you're gonna be living under. Head over to Home Depot. Get the key would be, or like Lowe's. Find yourself a box that refrigerators come in. You can use that under the bridge. Hey, see you later, Jack. Hey, Nate. Thank you, sir. I don't know if this is... All right. I need to do a flip trade. So let me set up some context here because I want to both explain something and then also walk you through how to do a flip trade in case you ever need to do it. In the premise that you're going to do Pam's plan, which is again day trading futures in a prop firm. I'm also going to use Take profit trader. Yeah, exactly, Nate. I already checked. I'm good. Thank you, though. But I'm going to use take profit traders rules. But these are the same general guidelines that all prop firms are going to have. But because I use and recommend take profit trader, I'm just going to go with them. So what I need to do is this. So I have a 50K account. So that just means if you were to be doing this, you would be getting 50K of purchasing power. You would have paid 119. And part of this test is you've got to make 3,000. Not allowed to lose 2,000 though. So you've got to get that amount up to over $53,000 because that means you made $3,000 and you've passed your test. But with Take Profit Trader, and they're all going to be vary, but with Take Profit Trader, the test has to go for a 5-day minimum. Now you can pass it quicker than 5 days, but it's still 5 days anyways, and you have to quote unquote show you traded 5 days. But once you hit the profit target and you go up over, you don't want to take any crazy trades because all you're doing is risking having your account go back below 53K. And if that happens, well, you've no longer made the 3K and you have what's called unpassed. You've unpassed the test. So you've got to be very careful with a flip day, which is what I'm going to show you how to do. So that is why I need to do this. Let me just get the stats figured out here real quick, brother. Make sure my passwords aren't going to be seen by anybody. All right, that should be good. Okay, so this is the back end of what a test account is going to look like, and it's telling you right here, everything, all the rules, and right here it says of my trading days, you can see I've done 4 of 5 days so far. What is my current profit? My current profit is $3,007. So that means I am $7 over the target. And you can see down here how the journey went. I think that this was back on Monday. So for those of you that are here, hopefully you remember when I nailed that $1,500. Boom, just like that. Which is important. I should note that because the other part of Take Profit Trader is you have a 50% rule. 50% means whatever your target is. So with the 50K account, your target is 3,000. So all that means 50% consistency is you're not allowed to make more than 50% of that right there. So the most you can make is 50% of 3,000, which is 1,500. The reason why they have that is because they don't want someone to show up, YOLO, get lucky and be like, see, I traded. Like, no, no YOLOing during the test phase. Now, once you move from the test phase into the pro, you can make as much money as you want every day. But during the test phase, that is how it works. And, if you see the 50% consistency rule, that is how that works. So that is also why, hopping back here, you'll see that. Now, this was amazing. I can't believe I actually landed right on 15,000 because actually I made a little bit more than 15,000 on a trade. So I had to lose money intentionally to bring it back down. But yeah, I brought it right back down to perfectly 1,500. And then these were my other days. So the next day. And then after this, I actually passed. I had made more than 3,000. So yesterday, but remember, this is 3 days, right? I have to do 5 days. So yesterday was my first flip day and I lost $2.50, which is totally fine because right now I'm just trying to log a day so that I can officially say that I have I'm just being extra careful because my passwords are up there. But I can officially say now that after I do the flip day, then this will be 5 out of 5. And they'll send me an email, hey, congratulations, you passed your test. Here's your pro account, blah, blah, all that good stuff. So now that is why I need to do the trade I'm about to see. So like I said, all prop firms have some sort of rule somewhere that'll probably require you to do a flip day every now and then. So flip days need to be treated very, very carefully because, again, I only have $7 that I could lose in this flip trade. So the best way to do a flip trade, in my opinion, is I should probably be doing this after hours when it's a little bit slower than this, but I'm just going to click really quick. But you go to MNQ. Oh, well, let's actually go to the right account. 53. There we go. So right here, because with prop firms, you can have multiple accounts, and then you can copy trade account. I mean, there's so many good things on the prop firm. But anyways, I don't want to distract myself. So I now need to make one trade right here. I just don't want it to be more than a $7 loss because then that would mean I unpass myself, which then means I need to go make like $3. And then that's that's a recipe for me just blowing up the entire account because, that's how things tend to go. So okay, I'm going to go long here and try to. So I'm going to just double check. I am on MNQ. You do not want to do this on NQ, okay? Flip trades, again, you're literally just logging a trade. So you want it to be as low risk as possible. So I'm doing MNQ. I'm double checking. I'm doing one contract. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to either buy market, or sell market, buy market as fast as I can. Okay, here we go. Ooh, should I go long or short here? Is this about to go down, brother? Why is this so nerve-wracking? Probably because it's on a live stream and I don't want to look like a failure. Okay, here we go. $2.50. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, there we go. Woo! I was puckering up there. Okay, so there is my flip day. So now that was day 5 of my test. And then on Monday, that 50K account will be thrown over into my stash of pro accounts. So there we go. Yes, okay. Yeah, all right. So my overall balance, I can see at the top behind the banner for you, but it's now $53,004, which makes sense if I lost $250 there. So there we go. Made it. Day 5 is in the books. Fantastic. I've blown accounts because I couldn't stomach losing $77 after making one. Yeah, that's tough. All right, we need to get off of this account because that would be terrible if I accidentally took a trade. All right, back on this one. Very good. So there we go. If there's any questions or anything like that, let me know. But that is just one of the things where I know prop firm world can all of a sudden get confusing. Wait, what are these talking about? Flip days and what is a flip trade? And things can sound, but it's not a big deal. Hopefully you're like, okay, that was kind of all anticlimactic. Exactly. But I like to do that every now and then to just provide the education of what you'll have to do, especially if you're doing Take Profit Trader, which again, certainly if you're a beginner, Take Profit Trader is where you want to start because they do offer the cleanest set of rules, have the best payment policy. And what platform am I trading on? What country are you in? Because if what I'm doing is not available in your country, I don't want to mislead you. All right. All right, brothers and sisters. Oh, that didn't happen, did it, JJ? Norway. I'm glad I asked. I think you're okay, but you do not want to see Norway on this list. So if you see your country on this list, that's not good. Uh-oh, lots of N's. All right, no Norway. So this would actually be available to you would be able to do Pam's plan. Again, if you see your country on this list, Pam's plan is not available to you. So what I do is Pam's plan, which is day trading futures through a prop firm. So step 1, in terms of what platform do I use, my prop firm is Take Profit Trader. So that is the link that you see at the top of the screen. So you would go to Take Profit Trader and you would select the purchasing power that you want. Make sure you use code CLAY at checkout so you get the 30% off and then the $0 activation fee. But that would be step 1. You've got to pay or you've got to select which purchasing power you want. Then during the checkout process, they'll ask you what platform. The one that you're seeing and that I use is Tradeovate. The important part here is that you do not need to go to Tradeovate and create a separate account there. You get to skip over that headache-inducing step, and because the prop firm itself is going to do all that for you. Then the prop firm will send you your login information, and then at that point, you go to Tradeovate, you log in with their information, and you will be good to go. And then that is the platform there. So there you go, old Christian from Norway. His grandparents were Vikings, which is awesome. All right, coming down. You know, I have zero credibility with this. Just to throw that out there because I'm totally hindsight trading this. But I swear I was watching this bear pennant. I swear I was, but again, I realize I have zero credibility on it because all I'm doing is looking back and hindsight trading. But for anybody that maybe wants to consider trusting me, I promise I was considering that. So that's a little irritating. I'm still interested in potentially down here because look at this. You have these lows, and if I extend this out, now these lows just also happen to match up with the dotted yellow line, which is VWAP, and that pink line, the 200 period. Now, does this mean that that level right there is for sure going to be a bounce? Of course not, no for sure. But, I mean, does it seem plausible that it could bounce from there? In my mind, it does seem plausible. And again, I don't think I'm being too crazy. Why would you think it's bounced there? Well, I mean, it's bounced from there before. Well, that doesn't mean it's going to bounce again. Yeah, no, I agree. That's what stop losses are for. So that is where I'm interested if the price wants to go down into that area. But if it does want to bounce back up, then so be it. In the very near term, looking like that 21 EMA is definitely the key resistance level to keep a close eye on. Have you ever used the Tradovate app? I haven't. I've heard some people use it, and I think they're okay with it. My hands are smelly from sitting on them. Alpha scientists, believe it or not, in this day and age, we have things called soap. So you don't even need to have a shower, brother. Just go into a gas station bathroom, lock that door, put some soap in that hand, and you just go to work, my friend. Once again, waiting. I'm in, where do you put the stop though? Because the stop really seems like it'd have to be all the way. So what would that be? If I get in right there, 55. Woo, that's a 20-point stop, folks. I don't know if I really want a 20-point stop. Maybe all right, I'm just gonna, because of where the stop loss got to be, I'm just gonna have to go for actually a fake break. So that is where my stop loss will be. There we go. So let's just do this right now, brothers. I'm going to put my stop loss right down below. Sell stop. And my entry point right there. There we go. Buy. So there is a very real chance that they could bounce right off that level. So if I'm trying to play a fake break, I'm not going to get filled. But if it does want a fake break and come down here, we'll see if it wants to bounce. If it don't, that's what stop losses are for. But yeah, let's see if it wants to come down here. But because of where I feel as though the stop loss makes sense, I'm just not able to get in right there because that would be requiring me to take way more of a stop than I'm comfortable with. I cannot find the VWAP in my Tradovate. You have to search for it. How do you do it? Off-Road Tech has given me some super chats before, so I owe this man. You come up here, and it's, CE VWAP. Yeah. Whoops. Where'd that go? Run a search for CE VWAP. What is the bottom pink line? You know the answer to that. You are here all the time. You know the answer to that, brother. Take a guess. I bet you can guess it because you've been here enough and you've heard me say it. Take a guess. Hey, Ernest, how you doing? Take a guess, brother. Let you check. Oh, come on. Come back down. I'm holding strong. I was going to say there's no way I change this, but I will say if the price comes down here and then just consolidates like this, I will no longer take the buy right there. So I guess there are a certain set of circumstances where I'd no longer be interested. Incorrect, Joshua. Incorrect, good sir. Close, but not correct. That is the 200 SMA. All right. Or could I do this now? Do I just want to try to... let me cook. So if I get in right here, 67, I'm just down below there now. That's still 15 points. I guess I could... Yeah. All right. I'm gonna make a little adjustment. I'm just gonna use this as not the entry point anymore, but the stop. Dangerous trade, because if I get filled, it's going to be a falling knife at that point. So that falling knife is either going to bounce or I'm going to take a loss on it. All right, here we go. There we go. All right. All right, brothers. Yes, the SMA, not the TMA. Again, looking to catch a knife here at 59. So it's a high risk trade in terms of probabilities of working. Not a high risk trade in terms of dollars because I have a very tight stop. But it is a high risk trade in the sense of probably not going to work. But if it does work, I could be looking at a very nice risk versus reward here. Okay, here we go, brothers. I don't have it. I'm scared. I'm going back to the... I don't like when I change stuff up like that. Okay, we're going for the fake break. Buy. Sell. Let me come down just a tad bit more. There we go. That's it. We're playing the fake break. Maybe I should have gotten in because it'd be right at my stop. Maybe I should be buying right there. If you're choosing to do that, then so do it, brothers. But I'm going to try the fake break. All right, right now it is breaking. Ooh. No, I was thinking I could buy there now and just put a stop right below there, but I don't like that because I'm up above that low. I just in my mind, I want my stop right there. It is what it is. Oh, this is spicy. It's whispering my name. Because you could get a nice little hammer candle right here if it wants to come back up. Just stick with your original thought. Is this a fake break? Oh, it's going to be pretty. Oh, look at that hammer. Oh. Why? Why? This right here. Why, low? Why did you have to be right there? You rained on my parade, brother. Why did that low have to be right there? All right, we'll see. Again, high risk trade. I will, if I get filled, it will be a falling knife at that point. It's really just a matter of if you're like, dude, just put your stop loss there. Who cares about that low? Oh, that's fine. That's what I mean. You got to figure out what you feel comfortable with as a trader. No one size fits all. So if that is you, then I don't blame you one bit. Like I said, if this low was not here, I would have already been in. I'd have a stop loss below the low right there. And I'd be saying, let's see if this thing wants to bounce for me. But the fact of the matter is we have that low right there. So that is the part that's kind of raining on my parade. No. This is basically the level 2s in prop firms. Right here, called the DOM. You dirty rat. This is called the DOM, depth of market, which is essentially their level 2s. Some people use them, love it. I just have it on the screen because I do know some people use it and like to watch it. So that's why I'm doing that. Jose, that's totally valid. You're right. You're right. That is totally valid. I don't know. I just want to do 5 contracts. But you are right. You are right, dude. That's a more than valid point. Point taken. That is a mathematically based logical point. You are absolutely right, my friend. But I guess I'm just being a dent because I want 5 contracts. All right, Ed. He's going long at 750. Uh-oh. All right, he didn't quite... I don't know. Did you get filled there, or did you type this up before? Oh, he got long. Excuse me. Come on, Ed. You got to tell us these numbers before the price gets there, brother. That's the chef's kiss. Not when you show up in past tense and tell us stuff. You got to tell us beforehand, brother. Good job. Looks like a good entry. Man. Sometimes that's just how trading goes. You're going to have some little technical data point that is just going to be the thorn in your side that throws everything off. Well, I'm going to go ahead and cancel these out. And, but that is the real world of trading right there. If you are paying attention to the chart, paying attention to what I like to call the story, right? That's all charts are. They're telling us a story. A story of what? A story of the price. But yeah, that was a key point in my story. But in hindsight, apparently it didn't need to be. So in other words, I was wrong. But that is why trading is hard, because sometimes you think there are key things that pertain to the story, and they actually don't. But yeah, the idea though is to make sure that you're following the story. If you're just throwing darts, that there's no story there. But congrats to anybody that did. I think everybody would have been okay. I think, because even if you bought here, I guess maybe that would have stopped people out. I don't know. And potentially there might have been fake breakdown people right here. Bought the fake breakdown. So yeah, there could be several people that took it, but not me. What a bounce. What a bounce. Congratulations. Did anybody here take it long? I know Ed did. Anybody else? Good job, Loyal. Now keep in mind, this is still technically in a downtrend. So of course it could absolutely explode, but it is fighting against the trend right now. So yeah, that's fine to be bullish, but I would not be like, this thing is the most bullish I've ever seen. Again, because the overall trend right now, the context of the situation is that it is in an overall downtrend right now. I did too, still in with some riding for free. Fantastic. Good job, Alpha. All right, good. At least some people benefited from the story. So that's why when people say, hey, Clay, what's your strategy? Like, I don't know what to call that. Now, you all saw me map it out. You saw me map out my logic. You saw me map out everything. I don't know what that's actually called, though. I call that I was trying to play a fake breakdown. So, like, I don't know. That's why I can't answer the question, hey, what's your strategy? I don't know. I'm just trying to understand the story of the chart. I'm trying to make good decisions. So, yes, if there is some sort of cool term that I was trying to do there, let me know. I mean, I'm still not going to use the cool term. But, yeah, that is why I struggle. Because I do not have a cool term. I mean, my term was I was trying to play a fake breakdown in that situation. And yeah, it was a nice fake breakdown. Unfortunately for me, it did not break down far enough. Does anyone know what I did? Is there like an actual name for that? Like, did I just describe something that somebody else calls something way cooler than a fake breakdown? Maybe not. No idea. Well, you know, we're just going to go with, that was the bald-faced donkey. There we go. That was a bald-faced donkey trade. What's your strategy? The bald-faced donkey. That's what I'm going with. Yes, I see this going down. Sell, 760. Okay. Stop loss, 775. Hey, nice, Jose. I love it. Notice what Jose did not do. He didn't show up and say, yes, I see this going down. Like, okay, that's a general statement. Like, how are you going to actually turn that into an actual trade plan? But you see in Jose's message, it kept going. So right here, to anybody that's newer or a beginner, or maybe you're struggling, you can't figure out why are you struggling. When you're kind of paper trading, when you're just watching something, are you doing broad statements? Like, are you looking at saying something that's saying, yeah, I see this going down. And then do you see it go down and say, yep, I was right. I would have made money. Because that's too broad. If you want to hold yourself accountable, this is what it's got to look like. I see it going down, and then notice how he's totally holding himself accountable before the price gets to any of those levels. That is how you hold yourself accountable. That is the best way to paper trade. Still not going to be perfect because you don't have any skin in the game, but at least you're avoiding broad statements. You got to run far, far away from broad statements. All right, well, he's in, I think. He is in. Okay, he is in. What was his target? 750. Okay, he's just looking for that low. All right, brother, it's getting there. Whoops, 750 is right here. I know. I don't know. There. Good job, Jose. All called ahead of time. That's where you build credibility, right there. All called ahead of time. Good job, brother. Hopefully you actually took the trade. Just as an FYI, Drew P., sometimes my kids do come in here. I have 6 of them. The oldest is 13. So I'd really prefer they don't read something like that and then, hey, what's that? So yeah, maybe that makes me a buzzkill. Maybe that makes me like, this guy has no personality. So be it. I don't need my kids reading crap like that and then asking me. So with all due respect, just keep that garbage out. Then keep your kids out of the room. No, I like my kids. I think it's cool when they stop by. I'm not saying you're saying that. I do realize that could be an argument against me. But yeah, I don't care. There's nothing better when they knock on the door. Dad, can I come in? So please, with all due respect, what you type in the chat, assume one of my young kids could come in and read it. Even if you could do that, I thank you in advance. I would much appreciate it. Guess I could have. Yeah, this. What would this be? 44. Yeah, let's just do what Jose said. I mean, he was right. I could just lower my position size. Why do I have to have 5? Come on, Jose. You know the U.S. market is better than your Forex stuff you've been doing. You fess up, Jose. You know you like that movement. You know you liked how smooth that all worked out. Don't even tell us that you're not like, okay, I can see U.S. futures being, no pun intended, being in my future. You know, come on, Jose. Come on, brother. You know. Yeah. Yeah, that was, like I said, that was the move that I wanted on the fake break. This right here, with those twitch, stress me out. Well, brother, that's what stop loss is for. And that's why you do it through a prop firm. Worst case scenario, you get destroyed in a tweet and you're out $100. That, again, that is the power of Pam's plan. That's why I say day trade futures through the prop firm. Just in case Trump does tweet, sure, you'll probably blow your account, but if you're, think about the people that weren't using prop firms. Like they just had like thousands of dollars of their own money evaporate instantly. Come on, Jose. Come on, man. And I can tell you know what you're doing because your suggestion was totally valid. Like, dude, just widen the stop, lower the position size. The math can still work. Totally correct. So I know you know what you're doing. But the only thing that you don't... So now I'm going to really get mean to you because now you're going to drive me nuts. Because when I see a trader that knows what they're doing and yet they're still not trading futures, come on, man, don't be like me. Don't be like me, the guy that day traded stocks and options for way longer than I should have. Hey, okay, bot guy is back. Bot guy, if you're here, type in the chat. I'm not going to ban you. I want to hear about your algo. Bot guy, are you here? Ultrasound. My ultrasound. Are you here? My ultrasound. They're back up. So I don't know how the bot attacks work, but it dropped off for a little bit while. So he must have seen that it dropped off, and he's like, well, initiate it back. Are you here? Please, speak in the chat. I will not ban you. I want to hear about your algo. You seem like a nice guy, which is why I'm so confused by all this. So I'm thinking maybe we are just talking past one another. So I am all for you showing your algo and its ability. Are you here? Now, I don't know if they're here because I don't know how bot attacks work. Maybe you don't have to go into the chat to initiate it. I have no idea. But I want to try. Are you here? Yeah, Jose, I was with you too. I did stocks and options for a very long time, but I'm telling you, man, day trading futures is, well, you just experienced it. You saw how nice and smooth that was. All right, I guess he is not here. All right, well, let the bot attack commence back up. He will take the low of the 1 hour candle. Who's he? Ayub Biad. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. So once again, for those of you that are here and you've seen the viewers all of a sudden spike back up, that's because the bot guy is back. And I like to announce it just because that way if YouTube ever does think it's me, they'll know that like literally right away I'm calling it out. So, but based on what they've told me, that they understand. Bot attacks are nothing new, so they know it's not me. Already took the low of the one. Okay, well, Ayub Biad, what we really appreciate here is if you can give us your entry point, your stop loss, and your target before the price gets to any of those levels. That's what we really appreciate around here. I don't recognize your name. Great to have you. But yeah, for your next trade, like I said, let us know those 3 numbers before the price gets there. Are there times where you trade something else other than, yeah. Come on, JR. Come on, man. Come on, brother. Yes, down here, this is NQ. And I explain this at least once or twice per live stream. This is NQ, so yes, I trade NQ. And this is MNQ. The reason why I'm trading MNQ now is because it's afternoon. And as I've said all the time, I'm not a good afternoon trader. Well, then why are you trading in the afternoon? Because I've turned into an afternoon trader because of the live stream, and it seems people like the live trades. So instead of being here like an egomaniac and saying, "Oh, I'm a great, I'm a great afternoon trader," it's like, you know what? Let me trade, but I got to do it in a risk-conscious way. So that is why right now and in the afternoon I am trading the MNQ. If you go through the history of my channel, you'll see that I'm for the longest time, my goal has always been be done at the very latest by 11 a.m. Eastern. So like 90 minutes at most. Well, it's not a newbie question. It's just a question that I could have sworn you would have heard by now because you're here quite a bit. But yes, that is why. Is this a dead cat here? Maybe. Gonna get short at that red line there. If this is like a true V shape, well, I'm gonna be getting stopped out. But I don't know. This seems like a very valid potential dead cat bounce here. Again, we are going against the trend. Just like I said right here. Fine to be bullish, but don't get too bullish because why? Well, because the overall trend was down at that point. Same thing right now. That's fine to be bullish, but I just want to get overly excited bullish. My entry, 21,730. Stop loss, 21,650. 80-point stop. Oh, I'm sorry. My entry, oh yeah. Oh yeah. So you're more like a swing trader then. You're having some wide stops. Entry 760. Oh. Stop 720. Wow, I'm so confused by these. All right, I can't keep up with all these. Trying to locate where they're going to move. You know what I'm going to do here, just in case this is a V, I'm going to have it come up here and see how it behaves. And then if it starts to come back down, I'll hop in as it comes back down. But I want a little bit more confirmation. I'm not just going to hop in. A very, very, got to give credit's due on the 5-minute. That's quite the impressive hammer candle right there. Just keep an eye on it on the 5-minute time frame. Just keep that in mind for more of a broader context. What do you mean by broader context? Well, if you're on like the 1-minute or the 2-minute like I am, the 5-minute would be considered a broader context. But if you're a swing trader, both of these time frames, you're like, man, I don't care about the 1-minute or 5-minute. Please, longs, please. Did you get in? HK entry at 7. Oh, he went long. at 7/120. Wait, what? Oh, wait, you want it to go back down there. Okay. Oh, no, I'm sorry. He got in at 21,760. Oh, okay. All right. He got in right here. Goodness. Stop 27.20. All right. Antonio, I don't know. I'm gonna need a little bit more of a break, so stick around and I'll answer that. But I've already answered that question. I think like 4 times now, so I really don't want to go through that again. I'm not mentally ready to do it, Antonio. But yeah, if you stick around for a little bit while longer, ask me again, and I don't know, 15 minutes. We'll see how my brain feels at that point. But yeah, I really don't feel like answering that question again. Those that have been here a long time have know that I've answered that question several times already. No offense to you or anything. You're just kind of bad timing on your part. Just passed my 150K. Just passed my 150K test account in 5 days. Nice, Clay. Neb. Well, first off, yeah, hopefully, Neb, you use code Clay. That's the first thing. Support the channel. Feed my kids. I got 6 kids. They need to eat. Well, stick around, Antonio. I'll answer it. I'm just not ready quite yet. But I'm glad you like it. Oh, yeah, and then the other question, the first question was more of a joke, but what is this your first time trading futures, Neb, or have you done futures before? If this wants to putz around here a little bit more, I will be getting short with the idea that this essentially, I mean, there is a little bit of a bull pennant here forming. But if this wants to consolidate out more, kind of build a little bit more of a bull pennant, I'm going to go ahead and be bearish biased on it and think that the price is going to break to the downside. I did use it. Well, thank you. First time using TBT, been using... Okay, so you have been trading cryptos. What are your thoughts, Neb, on day trading crypto compared to day trading futures? Because right here, the claim of Pam's plant, which is the main point of this live stream, is I am trying to draw people out of the sewers of day trading stocks and options and Forex and crypto and into the very efficient world of day trading futures through a prop firm. So here we have our newest person. I don't know if they're a convert yet, but they were day trading crypto. They are now day trading futures. And what are their thoughts? So again, what are your thoughts on how cryptos move compared to what you're experiencing now in the futures market? These questions always make me so nervous because I want to keep the 100% win rate going, the 100% conversion rate. We have yet to have anybody come back and say, nah, day trading options was better. I like dealing with theta. Never had anybody come back and say that they enjoy day trading options better because, it's funner to have to deal with theta. Because as an FYI, in the world of futures, they are contracts, yes, but these contracts do not have theta. So you get to say goodbye to theta, and there's only one you choose from. So you don't have to go through all the, well, what strike price should I be in? How should I be in the money or out of the money? You don't have to deal with any of that nonsense. None of it. Telling you, that's why, again, the argument, it's not an argument that you can't make money day trading or day trading options or day trading stocks or day trading futures or excuse me, day trading Forex or day trading crypto. It's an argument of efficiency. Those other ways are less efficient. I love crypto. So I'm trying out boomer market futures. MNQ seems a lot easier. Yeah, no kidding. You want to rip on us boomers? Maybe, just maybe, my friend. Maybe, just maybe, us boomers. I don't know if I'm quite a boomer. I'm 41. I'll let you decide. But maybe, just maybe, us boomers who have been around the block, especially in the world of trading, maybe we know just at least a couple of things. A couple of things. I love how I called them boomer market futures. MNQ seems a lot easier to trade. Yes, because MNQ is smoother. It's got way more volume. So I appreciate you, Neb, because what I have seen, well, you need to move ASAP into MNQs. So you're 99% of the way there. You're through a prop firm, you're doing futures, but you got to get out of that cult. You got to get out of the crypto cult. Just like some people got to step out of the gold cult. People are like, oh, I'm going to trade futures, but it's still got to be crypto futures because I don't want to not have anything to do with crypto. You're in a cult, brother. That's a cult because there are more efficient things for you to do. So the fact that you don't want to do more mathematically efficient things, don't be in a cult. Think for yourself. If your crypto bros are like, trader, you just be like, I understand math, brother. Math, brother. Give me a hard time because I understand math, brother. You know, it's okay. In fact, maybe you might be able to turn some of your crypto bros, you can teach them a little math. Thanks, Nathan. Hey, Dad, where did all this ice cream come from? How did we all get a gallon? Thank Uncle Nathan. But what you're doing now is basically the same thing. Keyword basically. It's not. It's better than crypto. Again, Neb. And again, you seem to have a good personality. But like, what? Why? Why are you having such a strong time getting out of crypto? Like, in all seriousness, are you scared that like your friends and all that are in the crypto space are going to be like, because the fact you called them boomers, like it tells me that do you have some sort of mental thing like, Neb, he's hanging out with the boomers now. Like, please don't tell me you're one of those bros. Like, yo, bro, Neb is hanging out with boomers. Like, that's not what you're actually thinking, is it? Boomer was a joke. Okay, good. I'm glad that was a joke. Not a boomer, but I've just noticed that with crypto and gold, that they're willing to stop day trading stocks and stop day trading options. You know, they were trading gold stocks or option stocks. And then they move into futures, and it's like, it's still got to be gold. I got to day trade. It's like, I'm telling you, MNQ, MES, you know, the NQ, they move better. They're smoother. Like, no, it's not gold. I only do gold. All right. If you're gonna allow that mindset to cause you to work inefficiently, that's a shame. But good, Neb. I appreciate you having a low ego to be able to have somebody like me suggest that what you're doing is not quite efficient. And instead of losing your mind and getting all defensive like we had a couple days ago, I don't even remember the guy's name anymore. But for you to say, hey, thanks for the feedback. I appreciate it. Let me go give it a try. And now here you are saying, oh yeah, they're way better. So I appreciate that. Okay, time to go into geek mode. My eyes are starting to feel it. They're starting to feel a little bit strained. So geek mode we go. Yeah, the spreads in crypto, at least in my trade, are crap. Used to be 100 US, now it's 50. Yeah, exactly, Jose. That's what I'm saying. Your mind will be blown when you see how tight the spreads are in futures, assuming there's not a Trump tweet. Which, again, is why you definitely have to be in a prop firm. Because, in fact, I just covered this right now. Because unintendedly, like, Trump has turned into a massive salesman for prop firms. Because right here, that's what I talk about. The Trump tweet market, how to survive. And my argument is, in my opinion, if you're a day trader, the best is, well, Pam's plan. Because a prop firm, at least if you're in that and you get stuck in one of those spikes, it's only your prop firm that's gone, which means you're only out $100 or so. But if you're in a trade with your own money and Trump tweets something, like I said, you've seen these spikes when Trump tweets. It could be thousands just like that. 2 cent Harry, no bueno, options, baby. What kind of options? What category are you saying 2 cent Harry? Or 2 cent Harry. Options as in the day trading category or the swing trading category or the investment category. Let's start there because you didn't classify what context you're saying options. Well, Neb, I'm glad you're in. Yeah, I know, and I should know. It's not like gold is like total garbage, but NQ, ES, they move better. Day trade, sell premium. Okay, well you're in an outlier category. So you're definitely the exception and not the rule. You're like probably the only person here that does that. So I will say 2 cent Henry congratulations to you in life. I don't know what you do, but in order for you to, you have big capital, because in order to do what you're doing requires big capital and all that. But yes, most people do not have big capital like you do. So you are definitely off in the outlier category. But it's still, he's got to worry about this. I mean, selling options is no joke. You have a bad day. Now, I know you can cap risk, so I'm not saying he's doing naked options or anything like that. But if this sounds like I'm going to get very perverted, I'm not. But if you sell naked options and you get caught in the wrong direction, like it's literally account gone, plus you owe your broker money, all that sort of stuff. But regardless, I'd still say that Pam's plan is better, because this guy selling options is doing it with his own money. So if something spikes, he could be toast, and it's all his money. Whereas in the world of prop firms, he would have very little money at risk. So no, I can't really ding him. I can't really pick apart based on the theta, because he's actually using theta to his advantage. But in order to do so, you need a whole lot of capital, because it's very risky to do what he's doing. So he is taking on a lot of risk. Right, yeah. And you know full well you're taking on a lot of risk. Again, good job, though. Good job. You have done something that a lot of people can't do. You have a big portfolio that allows you to sell options, sell premium. But you full well know how risky that is, too. That's the one thing about option sellers. They're kind of some cocky. I should say this about you too, Sen Harry. I'm not saying you're cocky. But they can get pretty cocky, because when you're selling options and all that sort of stuff, you can have a very, very high win rate. The problem is all it takes is like one or two, and you are racked. So yes, it is easy for them to get cocky, because they're gonna have a high win rate, but they're also dancing with the devil. But again, that also assumes I don't know what he's doing exactly. But if he's selling options naked, he knows exactly he's playing with fire. There's lots of different things you can do that are I don't want to go and explain all that, but it takes a good amount of capital, and it's just way more complicated. Like, it doesn't need to be that complicated. Hey, 2 cent Henry, I appreciate that. He's fessing up to it. That you definitely got to be very careful. And his cockiness came out. So hey, you know what? I appreciate you just because I mean, obviously people here they can say whatever they want. They can say whatever the story they want. So I appreciate that, 2 cent Harry. But yes, you are an absolute outlier and really have nothing to do with Pam's plan. With, by the way, you can defeat any argument if you go out far enough on the outliers, right? Because if you want to play that game, you better never cross the street again. Because people do get hit crossing the street. So therefore, crossing the street is a bad strategy. Looking both ways before they cross the street is a bad strategy, because some people get hit crossing the street after looking both ways. Right, same general idea here. I am using an outlier, very minuscule statistic to try to overcome the overall point. Curious about this one, because we do essentially have a bear pennant. You should day trade futures, though, Harry. You would enjoy it. You have enough capital. Open up a prop firm, give it a try. What are you scared of? I guarantee you'd enjoy it. I guarantee you'd be like, maybe this option thing isn't as great as I think it is. Yeah. Cryptos have all the spreads and all that sort of stuff. Did I come up with Pam's plan? I did. And there's two S's. I'm not that good. I had to break rules of spelling to make it work. but there are technically two S's. I'm not that good. I had to break the rules of grammar and spelling. Oh, that's getting a little jumpy. I discovered futures trading just a month ago, and boy, is that oh yeah. Especially you don't have to tell me, but I'm assuming you don't have $25,000, so you have to deal with that pattern day trading rule. Oh yeah, bond. Oh yeah. The bonds are wild. Yeah, what I'm going to do here. This is very risky, very risky. I am actually shorting the 5-minute 21 EMA because I have that stop right above here. Very dangerous trade. That's why I'm only going in with 2. Very dangerous trade. Yeah, there's no PDT with crypto. So, I mean, but there's still plenty of other things like the spreads and all that, the lack of liquidity and all that. Again, I'm looking for actually a rejection off of the 21 EMA. It's through here. And not looking too good for me right now. My stop is that green line right there. Only did 2 because I know this was a very risky trade. Risky in the sense of not good probabilities. All right, it's hesitating. Will I get the move down though? Will it reject? Nope. It will not reject. All right. Nice, good. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying, Neb. Oh yeah. You're in it when you're doing that Jesus rules. That's you're in the category of yeah, exactly. You're in the category of investor at that point. Bank some profits. Good job, HK. Very simple way to trade to try and explain the benefits of futures. Going to use it to help my friends. Just tell them to use code Clay, Neb. If you're going to use Pam's plant, just shout out. Just tell them that. And Pam's married to Clay, so you got to use code Clay. I don't know how my wife is going to feel about that statement, but we'll see. Well, I agree. It should reverse soon, but clearly my timing was off on where it would reverse. And not use my... And not use... Yeah, exactly. HK, isn't that crazy? Are you in a test account right now? Or are you in a pro account, HK? Good job, Lobber Dobber. Oh, no, I like that. I like that trade. Again, not high probability. I had a good chance of probably losing, but had that rejected back down, my reward would have been well above what I was risking. So high risk in the sense of probably not going to work, but very low risk monetary speaking because I wasn't risking that much dollars and cents. Test, need 400 more to pass. Oh, you got this. You got this. Oops, no, that's not what I wanted. The bladder called. Oh boy. We are right at an area that is whispering my name in the 5 minute. Right here. Look at that. Right off of that purple line there, which is the 50 period. It's simple moving average. Sticking with the rules, they're going to be back. Very good. I like people that are sticking to their rules. That's a good idea. I don't what. Here was a loss right on the short side, I think. That was another loss. Maybe I just got to learn my lesson. Right here, it's pausing right here. I took that short, ended up in the middle. Come on, Candle Sniper. You got to tell us these numbers beforehand. Again, another FVG trader that never tells us anything beforehand. It's always in hindsight. Come on, man. Can we ever get just one FVG trader to give us a trade plan ahead of time? Like if anybody gives us their entry point, their stop loss, and their target ahead of time, before the price gets to those levels, and I'm not kidding. I do a lot of trolling on here and joking around. That's not the case here. You will literally be the first person that talks about liquidity sweeps or that talks about FVGs that has actually mapped something out beforehand. All we've experienced is people show up and talk in hindsight or just talk with broad statements. So next time, Candle Sniper, next time, please tell us your entry point, your stop loss, and your target before the price gets to those levels. Well, that's fine. Nobody's saying that they don't always work. We have just all, the chat has observed that a certain kind of, how do we call them this? Concept group of traders never can map anything out beforehand. They always seem to show up and talk about things in past. But the claim is not that they always work. We just want to know what you're doing. But yeah, we don't think they always work. We're just trying to figure out what are you doing other than sounding cool by saying, I showed up with FVG, liquidity sweep, backflip donkey. It's like, okay, I don't know what that means. Right, I know you mapped it out beforehand. So what I'm saying, Candle, is next time share what you mapped out beforehand in here. Type in here, then we'll be able to watch and see what happens. Because no joke, you'll literally be the first concept trader that has ever mapped out a full trade plan beforehand. We had Brian earlier, but he was like 5-10 minutes late to tell us where his entry point was. Like he had already been in. No, Neb, because it stops going up after you hit the buffer, and you just gotta you gotta get a little bit more scalpy, be more aggressive with your stop. Yeah, and you just can't go for home runs. Like if you're going for home runs, grand slams, that's not gonna count, and that's why they have that, because it is still another bit of a test phase. Because let's face it, in the test part, I mean, you could still just YOLO twice, get lucky twice, and then good to go. But the nice thing in the pro account is during that test, the money you begin to make, you do get to keep. Which, for those of you that are maybe new, that's called payouts. So in the world of prop firm trading, if you hear anybody talking about payouts, that's just the amount that you've actually qualified to make through the prop firm and that they've sent to your bank account. 785. Where's 785 at? Boom, okay. Stop loss 21. Oh, you're going short, okay. Target 21. Dude, what? No, come on, man. Man, if you get two of these in a row, I don't know what I'm going to do. That is an insane price target. So insane that we may never get our answer with the remainder of the live stream because it's so far away. Yes, we know they blocked you because, Monty, you never answered my question. Did you sign up? Did you sign up with one of these services that claim they're going to pass your account for you? Did you do that, Monty? Be honest. They would not just randomly block you. Hey, thank you for being honest. That is why they blocked you. Mahdi, with all due respect, if you don't think you can pass a test with your own skills, meaning you have to go basically scam yourself because you got yourself banned, if you don't think that you can, if you think you have to pay somebody to pass, what makes you think you're going to be able to make any money with a live account? Please connect those dots of logic for me, Mahdi. I don't want to be a jerk, but I do want to hit you between the eyes because I'm seeing some flaws in the logic. Yeah, you know, Candle, okay, again, Candle, that's what we noticed about your concept group. You keep describing stuff. Well, you can see it right there. The best way to see it is for you to just map out your trade plan ahead of time. I do like you because you had a super nice message yesterday. So I know you're not a troll or anything like that, but you're also behaving exactly like all of you in your concept group behave. Like you keep describing things, but like nobody ever just says, here's my entry, here's my stop, here's my target before the price gets to those levels. That's all we want. Next trade, brother, do it, and you will literally be the first one of that concept group that has done that ever in the history of this live stream, which has now been going on about 4 months. Exactly. Yep, Neb. Or just grab the profits, you know, when they start to show up relatively quickly. But yeah, just don't go for grand slams, home runs, nothing like that. I get it that the concept crowd is big into like making calls, like right here. If we might close early if we bounce there again. You can see it right there in the chart. That big. What did I miss? Oh, okay. All right. Well, then where are you getting out? Where are you going to close? At least tell us that. Where's your stop loss at right now, Sniper? Like you said, might close early if we bounce there again. Okay, well, then do you have a stop loss right now? Where is your stop loss? No, I definitely invest too. Stocks, ETFs, some mutual funds, some index funds. Yes, I am active in the investment market category. I'm also very active in the real estate investment category. No, it is a call thing. It is. If you believe that those things are like kind of a call, I don't know. Hit a 1 if you think that FVG crowd is a bit culty. Hit a 1 in here. I'm hitting the 1. It does seem culty based. Now, I was warned by this. Some people told me, listen, Clay, when you get into futures, there is this cult of people out there. And I see, and they're all illustrating kind of the same thing, same behaviors. And I do understand that's a way to illustrate things. Fine, fair enough. But I just want to know, we all want to know is how do you take this illustration and then turn it into a practical trade plan? And the only way to do that is to give a stop loss, an entry point, and a target before the price gets to any three of those levels. But yeah, I fully agree. Yeah, it's a way to illustrate things. Okay, well, that's just a picture. How do you make money from the picture is what we can never get out of people. Now they'll come back and tell us everything. Well, I bought here, and it's like, well, how convenient. You're telling all this in hindsight. Why can't you do whatever beforehand? I don't know. Is the mentality in the group like, don't be wrong? Like, don't let people know. Like, I don't know. It's just weird. I believe the cultist trading terms came from perhaps, yeah, maybe. Well, Mahdi, are you going to try to pass these tests on your own? Or are you going to scam yourself again by paying for one of these services to pass the test for you? So as an FYI to anybody, there are services out there that like, hey, pay us money or do something, and we're going to pass your prop firm test for you, and we're going to get you payouts, all this sort of stuff. The prop firms are well aware of this stuff. That is why Mahdi got banned from TPT. So don't use those services. They are scams. They will get you banned, and then you can't use things such as Take Profit Trader. What country are you in again, Mahdi? India, if I remember right. Thanks, Fendi. It's always nice when people agree with me. It doesn't happen often, but okay, you're in the USA. Well, then go give Apex a try. They're the only two I recommend here because, Apex comes from just the fact that they're the biggest. They have a payment record, but just make sure to read the rules. And don't go and do that servicing again. Okay, fair enough, Candle Sniper. All I'm asking is the next trade you take, please just tell us your entry point, your stop, and your target before the price gets to those levels. Is that doable, Candle? That's all we're asking for. And I believe it is because you said you map everything out ahead of time anyways, which is good. That's what you're supposed to do. All we're asking is, can you give us those numbers that you mapped out ahead of time? Again, entry point, stop loss, and target. Yeah. I'd go use Apex, Madi, and if you want to support the channel and get their current promotion, code Clay. But again, if you are, I personally believe that Take Profit Trader is the best. The only reason why I'm saying that to Madi is because he got himself banned from Take Profit Trader. Yeah, don't do it again. They know about that stuff. They'll figure it out. Those companies are flat out scamming people. FEG is just an excuse to say, I don't know about that. I do believe it illustrates something, but the magical, mystical, mysterious thing is, how do you take this illustration and then turn it into a trade plan? But I do know that Candle Sniper is for sure not, a troll. He doesn't mean he's an we had somebody yesterday that I do need to unban them. I don't know how to unban people. A long-time viewer, I had a bad moment where I got aggressive and then I got stuck and just an absolute, elgo, something happened. And then it was like, I faded you, bro, made money. It's like, I'm irritated right now. Don't tell me you faded me. But I don't know how to unban people. I should unban him, though, because he's overall a good guy. Hey, Zach, are you in futures yet? You better have points figured out. Don't start asking about points again, Zach. There's no other way I can explain it to you, brother. You better be here to tell me that, hey, man, I'm doing Pam's plant now. And I love it. That's what you better be about to type. He basically tries to use fancy words for concepts that already exist. Yeah, that's kind of what I've concluded, HK. Which, to be fair, within my teaching, yeah, I'll take some terms to try to illustrate something. But I can also say, on a weekly basis, we go through, okay, here's this thing I'm trying to illustrate, but here's how you could turn this into a trade plan. Oh, yeah, I know you're not a troll. But are we good, Candle? Your next trade, are you going to give us all three of those numbers before the price gets there? Exactly, Fendi. There's nothing... And again, we're not asking people for numbers so that we can rag on them if they're wrong. As I've said, my policy always is, if you give us everything ahead of time and you're wrong and you lose money, welcome to the club. Nobody has a 100% win rate. I will never make fun of you. And if anybody else makes fun of you because you gave your trade plan up front, they're banned quicker than I can click that ban button because those people are cowards. People that won't do what you just did, yet want to sit there and make fun of you in hindsight, are cowards, and they will be banned. But if you give us those three numbers and it doesn't work out, hey, you're a human being. It's okay. Good for you. We all appreciate the courage to put it out there. Ain't nobody impressed around here with somebody that shows up with broad statements or some armchair quarterbacking or hindsight trading. I don't know if other chat rooms are so picky like I am, but if I'm going to make this live stream stand out somehow, I want people to know that that's a live stream where if you show up and you just try to talk a big game with fancy terms, you're going to be held accountable. Okay, fair enough. Can you please give us some numbers to back up how you make money from all those fancy terms? That's my goal, because I think a lot of people yearn for that. And ultimately, that's how you learn. I think people yearn to learn. I won't explain it anymore because I've done it many times, but yeah. Truly, when people show up using broad terms and like they're doing a disservice to themselves because there's no way to hold themselves accountable, and then they can think they're a way better trader than they actually are. Same category. All you're doing is describing stuff. Watch. This is what you could do. I'm going to describe something. So if this pulls back here, I can see the 50 period moving average. So I could see myself buying right here. So right there, you now have my entry point, just like that. Instead of just describing something, I've described it and assigned a value to it. And I'm totally just making this up. You know, let me move this down just in case there's a flush. So hey, here's the 200 period moving average. So yeah, I'm looking to buy right there for a bounce. But if I'm wrong and it doesn't bounce, I'm going to put my stop loss below VWAP and then check it out. Boom. So you could do the same thing and you'd be able to have these values. And then if it's like, and if it bounces, I think it could go right. Oh no, I don't want to put anything up there. But you see what I mean? Now I could type in the chat. Hey, I'm looking to go long at 770. My stop loss is at 754 and 75. So no, you don't need to use terms. It's all we need is literally 3 numbers. Put a letter in front of the numbers so we know what they are. That's it. Nobody wants a description of anything. And if you do a description, that's fine, but we want the practical, nature of how you actually make money from this illustration. Hopefully that makes sense, everybody. Right there, look at HK. Look at HK. He just said entry is 760, so I'm assuming, okay, 760 is his entry. Stop is at 720. And his target is 800. And notice, he has done all this before the price is anywhere close to 760. There we go. That's it. That's it. No fancy terms needed. No cool sounding terms needed. He's just telling us his trade plan, brother. No, he's telling us to trade in the future. Oh. Yeah, but HK, he does, I guess he was. Come on, HK, put that all in one line. You made me look like a fool. But that's the idea. Give us those 3 numbers ahead of time. We had Cool as Andre. By the way, Cool as Andre, how's your trade plan going? I don't think yours is going too hot right now, is it? But I don't know if you got in yet. Hey, Tim. Am I just... I think I'm a glutton for punishment. Probably because I have so much wiggle room that it's not like this account has any... Well, I say it doesn't have any threat. But if you're on yesterday's live stream, I thought I had a bunch of cushion. So I thought, okay, I can get a little bit more aggressive here. But what I did not factor in was it was just one of those freak times where that aggressive trade that was actually looking really good for a second, boop, algo spike. And I went... into the red, not by a little bit, but quite a lot. Yeah, that was a wild spike. I'm going to keep an eye on that trend line. We'll see. I think it could still have some relevance. I want to go short here, but my past track record suggests I should probably just go long. Oh, yeah, and I trade NQ, which is the big brother. So this is my NQ results of this account. That's my MNQ results. It really seems like I should just get short, or I should just get long. If I buy the break there. I think this is a very realistic potential board trade. live stream trade. The people demand I make trades. All right, Sniper. Well, you know what to do. You know full well what to let us know. Those 3 numbers beforehand. But yeah, sometimes that's how it goes. Yep, you'll break even, and it is what it is. Marty, let me send you the link. Whoops. Marty, this is like a behind the scenes tour video. So yeah, that'll take you a behind the scenes look of everything right there. Good sir. Thank you for asking. Hopefully that helps. Let me know if you do have any other questions on it though. Should have. You always say, hey, I want to go short here, therefore I should buy. So that tells me that I am not seeing the markets at all. That is the one benefit of the live stream, is I can't lie to myself and be like, no, I never said that. Because if I try to play that off, I expect all of you to be like, yeah, no, that's not true. 1 hour time frame looks bullish. All right, Black Master. So how do you plan to take, you got a trade plan on right now, or what are you looking to do with that? Cheers, you're thinking 1 hour is bullish. How do you plan on turning that into some money, brother? What's your entry point? What's your stop loss? And where's your target? If you can give us those 3 numbers before those numbers happen, that would be much appreciated. But noted, you think that the 1 hour time frame, it looks bullish. Yeah, we are curious, how would you turn that statement into some profits or manage risk? Can't always have profit, but you can't always have manage risk. Well, unless Trump tweets something. But it is what it is. I might put that on a t-shirt. You're never always going to have profits, but you can always have managed risk. Maybe I'll do a tweet. I don't think I stole that off anybody. I think I just came up with it right now, because you can say some good stuff, some crazy stuff when you sit here and talk for 3 hours. I go long with no stop loss. That would be a good shirt. Right. Yeah, exactly. He absolutely could just be waiting, and then he could describe why he's waiting, or what's he seeing that does not necessarily have him want to take a buy yet. But yeah, that's totally true. That's why I asked him, how do you plan on turning it to money? But part of the plan could be, well, I'm not doing anything yet. I'm still watching. But if this, and this happens, then I'm going to get to it. I trade CFDs. I just enter the trade. Well, no, I understand that. But hopefully you could tell us where you're going to enter the trade, where your stop loss is going to be, and where your take profit is going to be before any of that happens. That's all we're asking for, Black Master. Totally get, though, that you just enter the trade. We all do that. We're just asking for, okay, well, where are you going to enter the trade? What price value? Tim, buy entry 813, stop. Nice, Tim. All ahead of time. Love it. Good job. Oh, is that what did it? Yeah, Lulu definitely got beat down today. Have you found a bridge you're going to live under yet, Kyle? But in all seriousness, yeah, that's a bummer. That is a bummer. That is true. CFDs do have different prices. Rent's paid this month. I'm safe. Good. Good. Always a positive day when your rent is paid. Wait a minute, Matthew. I thought you were asking about what prop firm I use, or what broker I use, Matthew. Isn't that what your question was? Says, hey man, no. That was somebody else. Yes, I can. So there's a false mentality that a lot of people have out there where they're hanging out on the live stream and they're convinced like, whoa, Pam's plan is legit. Again, Pam's plan is a strategy to day trade futures through a prop firm. There's no pattern day trading rule. Futures move awesome. You can have very little risk because of the prop firm. A ton of good things. So they're convinced, but they're like, but I don't want to have to learn about futures. Or, okay, Clay, I had somebody ask me yesterday, hey, Clay, what's a good book to learn futures? And I was like, wait a second. I understand why you're asking all that, but that's a false lens you're looking through. Why? Because assuming you are... Cool, King Louis. Fantastic. Well, welcome. But assuming you already use charts to trade whatever you're being. So you could be using charts to day trade options. You could be using charts to day trade crypto. You could be using charts to day trade stocks. You could be doing any of those things. But as long as you're using charts, the only difference for you would be you are now using charts to day trade futures. So you are 97% of the way there. You don't have to read a book, nothing. If you like bull flags pattern and stock options, I got good news for you. Bull flags exist in futures. If you like the cup and handle pattern in crypto, good news. Cup and handles exist in futures. But there is still that final 3%. So if you are of that mentality and you're like, oh yeah, I actually use charts. So okay, I guess I'm already 97% of the way there. This is who these questions are geared for. So Matthew, I definitely expect an answer out of you. But anybody else that's in this situation, feel free to answer because I want to prove how easy the final 3% is. So in the world of futures, let's just take a look at this distance. From here up to here. Now, if you look at these numbers, there is a difference of 20, okay? Between these two numbers, a difference of 20. In futures, things are measured in points. So for example, if you said that you bought there and then you sold there, you would be able to say as a future trader, I made 20 points. But what does that actually mean? Well, this is where you have to ask the question, and this is the question that matters. If you know this question, everything else falls into place. How much is 1 point worth? So let's just say you're on the NQ. 1 point equals $20. And this is per contract. So my question to all of you that are maybe intimidated, but definitely to Matthew, is how much did this trader make on that trade? If they had one contract and they said, hey, I just made 20 points. How much did they make, dollars and cents wise? Again, even if you're not Matthew, but if you're somebody in the camp of, man, futures sound great, but I don't know if I can learn how to trade futures. No. I don't know if anybody else is, but man, Matthew is great. The guy yesterday, he was taking a long time to reply. Matthew is quick. All right, R.W. Brown, somebody else in the category? Anybody else? Again, 1 point is worth $20, and a trader just said, man, I just made 20 points on that trade, and they had one contract. Very good. $400, right? Because if 1 point is worth 20 and that one $20, then basic math, right? 20 times 20. Now, here is the final question. So we're 99% of the way there. The last 1%, Matthew and R.W. Brown. Let's say this trader had 4 contracts. So they say, man, I had 4 contracts and I had 4 contracts on the NQ and I just made 20 points. How much did they make with 4 contracts? Again, man, I had 4 contracts on the NQ and I just made 20 points. There you go. Okay, one final question, just to make sure. Hey man, good looking trade. I see it, but how many points are you risking? And this person's like, oh, I'm risking 3 points on one contract. How much are they risking? So they're risking 3 points. They have one contract of NQ. How much is their dollars and cents that they're actually risking? There you go. Matthew and RD Brown and anybody else that was maybe doing the math that didn't want to type in the room, you officially understand how to trade futures. The biggest chunk is, are you already using charts? Because that is the main decision-making tool in futures. Assuming, of course, you want to be a technical trader and all that, which I don't know what. But there you go. You don't have to go buy a book about how to trade futures, none of that stuff. Does that make sense, Matthew and RW Brown? I point them here, Chris. Yes, I'm biased, but it is what it is. I know what I offer. I know that I've offered it for over 10 years and I'm still around. People are still, it's still helping people. So you can do what you want with this link, but right here, that is what I offer. If you know nothing or you know nothing about charts, that will start you, or this program will start you at ground level and then build from there. Hey, Jeff. All right, Matthew. You're welcome, Chris. No, Matthew, that is why. So, Matthew, I want you to go to a homework assignment. That is why the key question is, how much is 1 point worth on whatever you're looking at? So, go tell me how much 1 point is worth on MNQ. Because this will be the same procedure that you do for any future. Now, hopefully, you decide to just do MNQ. Don't worry, you might be on your phone. So I'm not, never mind. Stay here. So again, the question becomes how much, and I'll just show you here. Let me show you here, brother. Hopefully you didn't lose. All right. We already had our philosophy 101 class. How much is 1 point on MNQ worth? There it is, brother. There it is. So that's it. That's why that is the most in question. Whatever your futures contract you're trading, how much is 1 point worth? And then you go from there. Make sense, Matthew? You going to do it? You going to jump into Pam's plant, Matthew? You need to be out at a trade. Why do you think you have to be out at a trade at 2? What is at 2? Is there a position calculator? I'm not quite sure what you mean by that, Neb. Is there like some sort of news thing at 2, Demetrius? What makes you think? Well, let me put it this way. Did you get an email from Take Profit Trader that you're not allowed to trade at 2? Go check your email, Demetrius. That'll answer you. Make sure you check your spam. They will email you if there is some sort of news that you're not allowed to trade. Like this morning, Take Profit Trader Pro people and the pro accounts were not allowed to trade right here. Because that's just, so when I say trade, you're not allowed, this was at 8:30 a.m. Eastern, you're not allowed to be in that trade 1 minute before, you're not allowed to be in the trade during, or 1 minute after. So that's what it means when you can't trade this. And that's why, right? Because this is pure just degenerate gambling. And then they're not going to be impressed by that. You buy right here and maybe you get lucky and then they got to send you a bunch of money when there wasn't actually any skill. So, but yes, that's very rare that they have news that you're not allowed to trade. But actually this morning was one of them. But if you're in a test account, you can. So in some sense, if you just want to YOLO your test, I guess you can do that. But once you get to the pro accounts, they're not going to let you do any of that because in the pro account, if you hit an absolutely banger, that's a lot of money they got to send you. When in all actuality, you just gambled and you got lucky. What trades did I take today? Oh, I don't know. A lot of trades. I think I'm on a 2-trade lose streak right now, though. I don't remember. I thought this would be bearish, so there was two trades that somewhere along here that took me out. What trade did you take today? Raw 1N? Maybe. I don't. It doesn't. It's as simple as just check your email every morning. Check your email every morning. Check your spam. And if you don't have an email from Take Profit Trader, you're good to go. How do I grow my $8 account? Here. What? Right here. You go and you trade the guaranteed ticker out there. There is one ticker in the market that is guaranteed to give you money, assuming you're not going to be like a meth dealer or something like that. That ticker is right here, brother. This is guaranteed return on your time. Ticker symbol JOB. You want to grow that $8 account? Ticker symbol JOB is going to make that happen, brother. Right there. The only guaranteed ticker symbol in the market, again, assuming you're not becoming a meth dealer or stealing cars or something like that. Okay? There it is. Now, it may not be what you want to hear. I'm sorry if you're looking for me to give you some magic pill. Hey, let me explode that $8 into $8,000 in 2.8 seconds. But, brother, I'm doing the compassionate thing here. I'm telling you what you need to hear. That's it. That's it. That's how I grew my accounts, man. That is true. That's another way you could do it. That's fair. The other way is to buy low and sell high. Ooh, this one's getting a little spicy. Nice move here. Nice move here. Now we are getting deep into the Friday afternoon. What is 2 o'clock? So what was there? I think there was some sort of news. Wasn't it an oil rig thing though? Are you telling me the market's going to start caring about oil rigs? What was that news? No, that's 3 o'clock news. No, there was no 2 o'clock news. Unless I missed it. It did happen right at 2, so I assume there's news, but I'm not seeing anything. Not if your boss is a jerk. You're in Germany. I'm pretty sure you would have legal repercussions if your boss didn't pay you. Now, if you're getting paid under the table, then sorry, brother. High risk, high reward. You got no proof that he owes you money. But if you got some sort of job contract, like I said, you're in Germany. You guys got a sophisticated system. You can sue that boss. So how does that sound? Unforgivable. I can tell you how to crush it in life. If I lost everything, unforgivable, I'll give you my business model of what I would do, and it's been confirmed by several real estate people in here saying, yeah, that's absolutely a great idea. If you want my idea on how to, quite frankly, get your foot in the door of real estate investing, but also at the same time, make some money for prop firms, I got the ticket. I got the ticket. I got the Holy Grail. And I am not kidding. I do have the Holy Grail. I don't know about 2 years ago. I've been around since 2013. Now, it's the people that show up, they're like, man, I used to watch you back in 2014. And then I say, man, you were old. You were old like I am. Are you serious? Avoidable's gone? Hey, Unforgivable, where did you go? I'm trying to help you out in life, brother. You don't like my answer? Man, I swear, these folk that ask for handouts and want... Again, that's a guaranteed way to do it. Guaranteed way to go about it. Well, if anybody wants how, if I lost it all, how I would start to get it back, well, do you want to know the business? Do you want to do what I would do if I lost it all? What I would do to rebuild my real estate, rebuild my accounts for prop firms, and take care of my family. Do you want to know how I do it? Everybody's like, no, well, we don't care. Fair enough. I guess everybody's here. It's just like, man, I'm lighting up a stogie right now with my $100 bill. Do we know it? Did anything happen at 2 o'clock? Was there news? Maybe my news site did not, the volume's clearly there. Yeah. People trying to copy my strategy from YouTube. Not a wise move to do. Oh, Trump's speaking right now? Thank you, Crypto Meme King. Good to know. I want to know how you bounce back. So you do the math manually when deciding your position size and risk amount. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Like, I have a broad idea. Like, if I know I'm going to do 5, and I know and it's MNQ, and I know my risk is 10, well, then right there, that is $100. Now, this takes a little bit of time to develop, to just kind of do the quick math. But yeah, eventually you'll just be like, all right, if I'm doing 5, and it's this, and boom, just like that. Consumer. Is it consumer credit, Sean? I do remember seeing consumer credit on. Maybe the military time's throwing me off. I realize the irony, given I have a USMC chart on. I'm saying military time threw me off, but this is to support my brother-in-law. My brother-in-law was in the Marines. So, but I do agree there is some comedic irony right now. Huh? I think it's the military time throwing me off. Where's consumer? No. Consumer credit's at 3 p.m. Eastern. It's only 2 p.m. Eastern. So, no, I got it. Hey, good job, King Louis. If I remember right, that's from Jungle Book, right? That is fair. That's fair if you were 16 at the time. I remember not being the sharpest. Yeah, I'm jealous of you, though. You are already interested in the markets at age 16? Man, you got me beat by like 6 years. I'm jelly. I'm like a big old can of jelly right now in regards to you. You got a 6-year head start on me. That's fantastic. Good for you. I am, like I said, I'm a Costco size container jelly right now of that situation. Yeah, consumer's at 3. It's at 1,500 hours. Does anybody want to confirm that 1,500 hours is 3 o'clock p.m. Eastern? $15 is 3. All right, I'm not crazy. Maybe if we can get some sort of pullback here, could see myself interested. Correct, incorrect. Thank you very much. I don't think Matthew ever answered when I was like, hey, man, are you going to go do Pam's plant? Hey, Matthew, if you're still here, are you going to go do Pam's plant? Dude, unforgivable. You have $8. I'm not trying to rain on your parade, but I'm not going to give you false hope. You need more capital than $8. You need bare minimum to do Pam's plant. And I don't know what country you're in, so I'm assuming you're not in one of these countries. But in order to bare minimum become a day trader, day trade as much as you want, you need bare minimum for Pam's plant, what I'm recommending, you need 105. And you're at 8. That's why I say ticker symbol JOB, buddy. You are being lazy and not willing to work if you think I'm going to go grow this $8. It's not enough capital. Again, I'm not trying to be a jerk, not trying to rain on your parade. I think it's fantastic that you are interested in the markets, but $8 ain't it, brother. You're going to need more than that. At least 105. All right, Matthew. And you're going to use code Clay, right? You're not going to make my kids starve, are you? You little... Yeah, I appreciate your videos back in the day. Stop by to say thank you. Well, hey, stop by some more. Stop by and hang out a little more often. Webull doesn't do GF. What's GFE? If you have less than 1K in your account. Sorry, Sean. I don't know what GFE stands for. Oh, nice, Matthew. I didn't realize that. What purchasing power did you go with? Unforgivable. You can make what? Oh, you can get the $105. All right. Well, what country are you in, Unforgivable? What do you do with the 20K of cash to try to... What would you do with 20K of cash I would start a dumpster business. Not let me take a step back. I would start up a house cleanout business, meaning you will go to the local RIA, which stands for Real Estate Investment Investor Association, something like that. All big cities have some sort of RIA where investors come to hang out. You go to that and you say, hey, I am here to clean out foreclosures, to clean out new purchases. I don't care how nasty it is. I will clean those things out. And what they do is, all right, come on over. You give me a bid. You go to that. That's probably going to be a cesspool because it's a eviction or something like that. It's going to be nasty, which is why they don't want to do it. But they will pay you for your time to do it. And you're going to say, all right, how long do I think this is going to go? Let's say it's, I don't know, 10 hours. It's like, okay, how much do I want to make per hour? So they're going to say, you're going to say about 10 hours. I'm like, all right, how much do I want to get paid? All right, I want to get paid, $50 an hour. All right, well, what's 10 hours times 50? $500. Okay, so you know that you want your profit to be $500. But you also need the dumpster. So you're going to have to figure out how many dumpsters, and let's just say dumpsters are $200 a piece. And you're going to need 3 dumpsters. Well, now you have to factor in $600 of cost, right? Because each dumpster is $200, you're going to need 3. So you want to make $500, right? You want to make $500 because you think it's going to take you 10 hours. You know you need 3 dumpsters, which is going to cost us $600. So you give that person a bid for $1,100. I will clean that thing out for $1,100. Now, I'm just totally making that up. You could be getting a lot more. This number could be way less. I'm just throwing out the numbers that it's going to be $200 for a dumpster. And right there, you do $1,100. But here's the key. You do a great job. You show up on time. You clean it all the way out. And you do it you go above and beyond. And then what do you think that person's going to do? That person's going to be like, dude, this guy, this kid, this woman, they crushed it. And yeah, maybe they were a little on the pricier side, but man, they were on time. They didn't reek of booze. They didn't show up, methed out. They showed up and they did great work. So it's worth paying more for the dependability. Man, you got to use this kid for your next job. And people start to talk. And then you're going to notice, hey, I just took a apartment complex back. And yeah, you may need to start to bring in some buddies. But again, everybody says, no, I'm not big. Don't ever lie to anybody. Like, okay, I'm not quite there for apartment complexes, but do you have any single family rentals? Yeah, I actually just had I had an eviction on one of those. And then you do the same math. This time, again, test the market. Maybe you want to try to make $60 an hour. So in this situation, let's change this up to $600. In this situation, still 3 dumpsters. So now let's see if you can charge that person $1,200. And if they're like, good deal, great. The more and more people that ask, guess what? Now you have demand. Because here is the secret. Good quality work is in limited supply, especially doing disgusting work like that. So you can start to bid people against one another. Hey, sorry, Tom. Bill just called me and he's actually got me hired. Well, how much did he pay you? Well, I'm charging. Well, next time, know that I'm going to pay you this amount. And you're going to notice things go up. But here's the key. Because remember, the whole premise here is you're doing a good job. And if your goal is to want to get into real estate, what's going to happen? You're going to eventually be like, hey, Tom, could we maybe partner up on a deal? I'd like to learn a bit more. I'm not asking for a whole lot of the profits, but I will do, I'll do what you need me to do. And he'll believe you. Why will he believe you? Because you've already been doing a good job. So I'll do the majority of the deal. I just want to learn the game. And yeah, could I have maybe 10% of the profits? I don't know. Maybe you don't even think that's, maybe you're just like, I'll do it for free. And you start to learn. And then eventually you prove that you can help. And maybe they bring you on. Or pretty soon you're like, hey, Tom, I know you do some private money lending. This is what I do. And if somebody went through all this with me, there would be a point where hey, Clay, I found this really good deal. Here's the numbers because I've already taught them everything. Would you be willing to lend me some money on it? I'd like to pay you 10% on the loan because I know it's a short-term loan, so it's going to be a hard money loan. And because I trust this person, because I know what they're doing, sure. So now what they're doing their own flips while I'm getting 10% on my money. That's how you do it. That's how you make the system work for you. Right there. But Clay, that means I got to get disgusting garbage juice on my hands. Suck it up. Suck it up, brother. But Clay, that means I got to lift something. You mean I got I got to put on clothes and leave my mom's basement. Yep, brother. I don't want to hear it. Don't want to hear it. That's how you do it. And is there anybody in real estate right now, either agents or investors, where I say, hey, wouldn't it be nice to have a trustworthy person that does a really good job to clean out your evictions or your foreclosures or a house you bought? I don't know if we have any real estate people here, but if there are, I mean, you network with real estate agents because agents work with banks, and if the agents can go to that bank and say, hey, I got somebody that does a real good job, let's use him. Man, you will crush it. But the contingency is do a good job, be trustworthy. Well, Sean, what I just proposed, does that seem like something that would be in demand, Sean? Like somebody that does a good job and is dependable to clean up the properties? Like if you told the city, hey, I got this guy that does a really good job, would you not tell the city about them so the city can hire him? So there it is. That's the magic pill. How did I start learning about trade? Well, that was back in 2016. YouTube, internet blogs. I don't know how people do it now. There is so much stuff. Like there is no TikTok, there's no Instagram, there's none of that stuff back when. To me, it seems like people are overwhelmed. That's why I preach fine structured education. I don't remember who these people were. This was like almost 20 years ago. Which is why I say this. I understand I don't have any leverage in this discussion because you're just going to throw back in my face. Well, of course you say that because you offer courses. Well, I think you should invest into a structured course. Whether it's mine or somebody else's, invest into a structured course. But again, of course you're going to say that. It's all for free on YouTube. Fine. Then go get destroyed, overwhelmed on YouTube. And here's my proof that I believe. Because after teaching myself how to day trade, I'm like, nope. When I moved into real estate investing, and this is one of the first videos I did, but in this video, I broke down my spreadsheet, and all this was just under $5,000 that I invested in a real estate education, structured education back then. Best $5,000 that I could have invested. I'm not going to get into any numbers, but I'll just say I made a little more than $5,000 since making that investment in real estate. So yes, I do 100% believe in investing in structured education. I did the same thing. That video shows my proof of when I got into real estate investing. So that's what I recommend. I realize most people are like, you're a little scammer. It's all for free on the internet. That's okay. Go get overwhelmed. Blow up 300 prop firms and be like, maybe I don't quite know as much as I think I do. But then just remember who tried to just be upfront with you. I don't think we know what the rise is all about. Man, we've been talking about the holy grail of how to beast mode life. Is anybody going to do that? So, what was the guy's name? Haven't seen me streaming for years. Well, I just started about 4 months ago, so that would make sense why you have not seen me. But good, I'm glad my 101 videos helped you way back when. So, unforgivable. So you're going to go do that? Yeah, that is true. There have really not been any sort of pullbacks. I mean, I suppose you could classify this as a pullback, but... Oh my goodness. Yeah, here's my thoughts on all that. Because 800,000 people ask every day. There you go. That's my thoughts on it. That's my thoughts. Okay, so King Louis, is that your entry point or what is that? Like, what is that number? 870. I swear, this better not be in hindsight. This number better not have already. Okay, it didn't. Okay, cool. So, fair enough. That's a 15-minute bearish FVG. Can you please be the first that tells us how you take that and turn it into a trade plan? So where's your stop loss going to be? Where's your entry point going to be? Do you see what I mean? I'm losing my mind. It's a place to watch for. They can never do it. Like, I was kind of joking, but it's just the streak continues. All that concept people do is throw out cool sounding terms, and then when I say, okay, but how do you turn that into a trade plan? Oh, I don't know. It's an area to watch for. What does that mean? That's like me saying, hey, look, it's a bull flag. Oh, okay, cool. It's a bull flag. Like, how are you going to turn that term bull flag into a problem? Oh, I don't know. It's just an area to watch. This is unbelievable. The context here is that this concept group, we have asked every single buddy or everybody that's come up, King Louis being the first one. They make these claims about liquidity sweeps and FVGs, and they're like, okay, cool sounding terms, but like, how do you take that and turn it into a trade plan? And now King Louis is like, well, it's a place to watch for. Well, what are you watching for? Let me keep pressing you. King Louis, what are you watching for? And within that watching, I'm assuming you're looking for an entry point, a stop loss, a target. The epitome, they need to call that like IBT, broad statements, IBS, inner broad statements, IBS. There we go, inner broad statements. It shall now be known from henceforth forward as IBS, inner broad statements, because nobody can ever give us a trade plan before the numbers actually hit there. Okay, Tim, fine. It sounds like you might use this stuff. So can you please tell us what your entry point is, what your stop loss is, and what your target price is, and give us those numbers, please, before the price hits those numbers. No, it's IBS. Inner broad statements. Yeah, well, it's amazing to me how nobody can actually do that. All these other people that are not a part of IBS can just flat out say, here's where I'm going to buy, or here's where I'm going to short, here's where my stop loss is, and here's my target. Everybody else can do that except this group. Well, he's not saying anything. That's the point, Tim, because he's not giving us a trade plan. He's just talking. No, that's not. It's IBS. Inner broad statements, because that's apparently all they can do. And I'm not kidding. You will literally be the first IBS trader. If you like, hey, I do IBS concepts. Here is my entry point, my stop loss, and my take profit. And you give us all three of those numbers before those numbers are hit. I'm not kidding. You will literally be the first one to do that in the history of this live stream. Everybody else just makes broad statements. Like, they say things that sound cool, but it's when you ask them, well, okay, well, how are you going to make money from it? Well, I don't know. I'm going to watch it. Yeah, again, Neb's doing it. All just like I said, we just want to know the entry. We just want to know the trade plan before it happens. That's all. I don't. Is that? I don't know. I need to be fair. Am I being like? Is this an irrational request on my part? Am I being irrational and asking for an entry point, a stop loss, and a target before the price gets to those areas? You don't buy at that area. You have to wait to see how price reacts. Wait for confirmation. Exactly, King. So as soon as you have confirmation, let us know where your entry point is, where your stop loss is, and where your target is. Fair enough if you got to wait for confirmation. But per the logic, at some point, at some moment in the future, you will actually get confirmation. And at that point, okay, entry, stop loss, target. Thanks for the thoughts, Black Master. I'm doing just fine, brother. I feel good. I know a lot of other people here feel good. Okay. If it does hit FVG, then you look into lower time frames and find an entry. Okay. When you find an entry, type that in the chat box. Okay. That's all we're asking. So I'm good to know you do find an entry. So as soon as you find the entry, let us know that entry before the price gets there. And then also give us your stop loss. That's all we're asking. Blackmaster, go ahead and let us know. I did ask him that ace, but he's in the scummy world of CFDs. Be careful, by the way, Blackmaster. CFDs are like the I should know this. For you Star Wars guys, what's the village you're looking at? And they're like, that's a place of scum and thievery or something like that. What is that called on the planet? What is it from the first one? That's what CFDs is. What is that town called? Surely somebody here from Star Wars has got to know what it is. $28.5, 8.59 is the previous week. Okay. So are you making any money from that, Neb? Or are you just, again, being ISB? Broad statements. Like just saying stuff. Are you making money from that? That's all I want to know. Moss Isley, thank you. Yeah, CFDs is like Moss Isley. I told you guys before the market went up. Gotta love the broad statement, people. Won't give us any numbers, but he'll make those broad statements. And then that's all fine, Neb. All I'm asking is once you get all that fine-tuned, just let us know what those numbers are. But good. It sounds like you have a game plan. Let's just take that game plan and put some numbers on it. Right, nobody's asking for pictures. Hey, you just passed your test. Good job. Congrats. These are not the trades you're looking for. Good job, Blackmaster. Just be careful, buddy. You're in the Moss Isley of the world, trading that CFD garbage, man. Be careful. A lot of scammy stuff out there. Okay, yeah. You don't need numbers. Gotcha. All right. Hey, man. Blackmaster, you just keep at it, brother. Sounds like you're crushing it. That's awesome. Keep on crushing it. That's great. Well, right here at the 21 EMA, kind of interested. I think this is going to be this would just be a boredom trade. I don't really know if this is a good trade or not, but I might just take it. Just because, hey, why not? Good. I am glad you know that most CFD scammers or brokers are scammers. Good. Happy to hear that. I would hate to have you get scammed. So, fantastic. All right, if this thing wants to come down and then come back up, I'll try to capture it on the way back up while it's forming a hammer, and I got a tight stop right there. But we gotta get step. I don't like it now coming back down, because now if it comes back down, it's going to be leaving an upper shadow behind. So that makes me a little nervous. Futures brokers are no, that's not true at all, Blackmaster. What country are you in? I mean, if you are in a scammy country, then yeah, you probably don't have a whole lot of access. What country are you in? I can look and see. Okay, short 2160. All right, cool. Fantastic. There we go, Neb. 875 stop. Awesome. Jamaica. Yeah, I don't think they're going to be available to you. Let me check. We don't want to see Jamaica on this list. Bummer. So, yep. All right, fair enough. Well, let me know if it becomes valid. All right. Whoa, 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 what is this? What do I do? Should I hop out or see if it wants to spike back up? Let's just get out. What was that, brothers? I couldn't handle the heat. For all I know, this thing is going to just plunge and could potentially cook the account. I just decided to get out. That was... Did I even make money on that? Because I bet my slippage was... I don't know. I can't remember. Did I get filled before it skyrocketed? Or did the skyrocket fill me? If so, then I probably got a terrible entry. Yeah, Kenya is also not available. Man, it seems like I should have made so much more than 60 bucks on that. But obviously that was just like... I guess if I had a limit out there, I could have made money on it. Did Trump just tweet? What in the world was that? Yeah, I'm not touching this one. If you want to touch it, be my guest. But I'd really prefer not to blow this account right before the weekend. But yeah, I'm gonna sit this out. Do we know? Was there a tweet? Was that two? Was there something at? I don't think there was anything at 2:30. So it's a shame that nothing will tell you that it was a wall. So what I'm gathering, King Louis, is when you're like, oh, there's an FVG there. There's actually nothing you can do with it per se because it's not going to tell you if it's probably a wall or not. Am I understanding this now right, King Louis? Because yeah, cool story. You're commenting in hindsight that it was a wall. So I guess that means that the FVG is not going to say, yeah, this has a good chance of being a wall. That's not how it works. Am I understanding that right? Okay. This sounds like, oh, such a repackaged deal of all sorts of stuff. All right, man. All right. But hey, his name is King Louis. We got to show the king some respect. He's straight out of the Jungle Book. Is that what it was? It was a Trump tweet? Like buying, do we get a back test and go here? But I don't know. Is this thing about to just... So you'd short the fake breakout, is what you're saying, NEB. If this thing comes up here, breaks out, and then comes back down, you're shorting the fake breakout? Is that what you're saying, NEB? If it comes up through the white line and then comes back down, you'd be getting short? Of course you would, Neb. Of course, as an ISB trader, you would already be short. In hindsight, the record continues. All right, I tried. I'm not even going to ask anymore. It clearly is just not possible. Everything is always in hindsight. I'll go short if it breaks that previous low. And then where would your stop loss be, King Louis? Now, I can live with that. All right, we got an entry point. Previous low. So his entry point is going to be about 837. So where would your stop loss be, King Louis? Above the top wick. All right, cool. Hey, there we go, King Louis. Thank you. Much appreciated. Do you have a target? What are you thinking target-wise, King? I like to trail my... Okay, King Louis, but where does your stop start? Like, where do you start trailing from? Right now, King Louis, you're coming across as I don't have a stop loss. So I get it. You want to trail your stop loss, fine, but from where are you trailing your stop loss? Oh, wait. No. Sorry, Louis. You already told me that. I'm sorry. You already told me where your stop loss is at. Disregard. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. We're going on 4 hours. The brain's starting to shut down. Sorry about that, Louis. You did already give me your stop. My bad. Okay, Laura is buying. Okay, where's your stop loss at, Laura Croft? Well, you says buy, so we'll say she bought right here at 855. Where's your stop loss at, Laura Croft? When you typed buy, it was right here at about 856. 21,832. All right, sounds good. Thank you. Nothing but respect for giving us all that ahead of time. Nothing but respect. We'll see if it works out or not, Laura. She's probably in like a cave right now or something. Clay, my trigger was a sweep of 21,870. Sweep of 870. So you got in on this candle where it went up and came back down? That's what you're saying, Neb? Or are you saying you got in on this candle when it came back up? Which candle? This one when it came back down? Unforgivable, my friend, you have $8. I've given you what you need to do. You got to go get a job, brother. The close back above. The close back under the sweep. Okay, as far as I can tell, you're just playing fake breakouts. Gotcha. Okay, so you're playing a fake breakout. When did this ISB guy, when did all that start? Like, when did he show up on the scene? Like, this is totally what you would just call a fake break. It broke to new highs and came back down. A fake break. What are we doing? And now your stop is above there. Well, yeah, no kidding. So I guess I've been trading these concepts for I don't know how long. Unforgivable. It's irrelevant for you and your journey right now. My friend, I'm not trying to be mean, but you literally have $8. Your best way to grow that account is to get a job. What was Laura Croft? I think her stop loss was 32. Oh, okay. So she's still got some wiggle room. 21 EMA. All right. Do or die for the longs. Oh my goodness. If Seek and Destroy is supposed to be some sort of magical, mystical algorithm or AI, I don't want to hear anything about it. I've had too much tinfoil now. If that's supposed to be some sort of stop loss hunting algorithm, I don't have the patience for it anymore. I can only take so much tinfoil for a day. All right, the longs, they're getting nervous. From reading through the chat, a couple longs are pretty confident that this thing is for sure going up. To be fair to them, still got a chance, but looking a little shaky right now. I don't know who those longs were, but there's definitely a couple longs that were pretty confident. But to be fair, it's look at that, 21 EMA still doing work. We need to come up with a really cool term for the 21 EMA. Even though I have nothing to do with it, like I didn't, it's just the 21 EMA. What can we call this that sounds really cool? Running 3K short, previous high. All right. Go for it, the last Egyptian king. Uh-oh. Longs are looking a little bit sketchy here. Cheers from Peru. Hey, thank you, Rodrigo. All right, the last Egyptian king. He's throwing out all kinds of broad statements. We have no idea where he got short. We have no idea where his stop loss is, but uh-oh. Hopefully those longs are being disciplined. Laura Croft is still in. It's close though, Laura. Man, like I said, scrolling through the chat when the price was up here, woo! There are some, dare I say, cocky longs out there. Very arrogant longs. This is going to break out. This is going up. And since then, all it's done is go down. So I hope they had stop losses in. You're still in, Laura. You're still in. By the skin of your teeth, you're still in. I do short from 4 hour. Okay, well, you can still tell us the time. What's your stop loss at right now? Laura, I think you might have survived. Tim Williams would like a small bounce here, then a break of 840. Roger that. I like this candle. I like this candle. Is basically the broadening formation. It means neither longs nor shorts can profit off it. Okay, so are you aware of when it's When it's the broadening formation, like you know when you're in the broadening formation, therefore you know to not take any trades. Am I understanding that right? Egyptian King, I'm scared you can't give me that term or that number. Why can you not give me that number? You're hanging in there, Laura. I do agree. It's looking a little scary, but it's hanging in there. You're hanging in there, Laura. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, yeah, thanks. I appreciate everybody trying to explain. You're literally explaining stuff that I'm aware of. I just call it different things. But thank you. I appreciate it. I really do appreciate everybody's engagement, trying to explain, but you're literally just explaining stuff that I've been watching and doing for years upon years. I don't call it all those things. Oh, no, you didn't just get stopped out right there for it to bounce, did you, Laura? I think you did. Oh, Laura, I hope it doesn't. I hope it goes down. That way Laura's not sad she got stopped at the very bottom. Because that's never a fun experience. Do not bounce. Just keep on crashing for Laura's sake. So literally the strategy is you played a fake break. In my terminology, a wolf candle showed up and then it came back down. With the wolf candle, you had a very well-defined stop. You had to wait for confirmation to make sure that this upwards move was going to come back down. And the nice thing about the wolf candle on the surge of volume is that you have a well-defined stop. And because you have a well-defined stop, it now becomes very straightforward to find an entry so you can make sure your risk-reward makes the most sense. So literally, all you're doing is trading a fake breakout. But I do agree. Fake breakout is not nearly as cool. Now, I'll be grand. I said a wolf candle, so that's my little thrown in there. But, yeah. But a wolf candle is not nearly as cool as the way everybody else describes this stuff. Man, I don't know who this guy is, but chef's kiss. He's a great marketer. Holy smokes. So you all just played a fake breakout. Gotcha. Dude, Rod, like I just explained, you're literally just saying stuff that he has taught you like that. Again, you traded a fake breakout. That's what you did, which is great. That's fine. I love a fake breakout. In fact, earlier today, I was trying to play a fake breakdown. I would assume people would call that like a liquidity sweep or something. I don't know, but that's funny. I've been trading this stuff all along. I just didn't know. No, you're not still in the game. That went down below. I think. Let's check. Your low was at what, 232? Where is the low? Low of oh no, what am I looking at? What are all these? Oh, there we go. That low was at, yeah, 830.75. You said your stop was like at 32. So you got knocked out, Laura. Unless you broke the rules of your strategy. Is that what you did? You broke a rule. You didn't honor your stop? Because, yeah, that low is definitely lower than what you told us. Yeah, right here. There it is. I don't know if I was going crazy or not. That was the reply when I asked, where's your stop at? 832. And that candle right there went as low as 830.75. So that's what I meant. Never fun when you get stopped out. Now, maybe you are still in, but at least, and this is why there's value in holding yourself accountable, because at least now Laura knows she's broken a rule in this strategy. It may work out for her, but she's got to realize she did technically break a rule. She did not honor that original stop loss. Well, key thing here right now on the 5-minute that seems to be holding it up is that 21 EMA. So got a nice little hammer at the 21 EMA. I wouldn't call anybody crazy, you know. Maybe let the price come up here so you know you'd be getting in on a hammer at 40. You could put a stop down below there. So I don't like a 15-point risk, but like I said, you'd want to wait for it to come up there. All right, well, now Laura's out. Good try, Laura. Well, keep in mind you did break a rule, so be careful with that in the future. Eternally, eternally magical average. Hey, Laura, I like that. You're a good sport. Congratulating the other team. That's good stuff. Very noble of you, Laura. Very noble. But I guess what? It's Laura Croft. We should expect nothing less. But yes, that's good stuff. Way to be a good sport. Never fun to take a loss, but you know what? Way to be a good sport. Hang around a little bit more. Laura, we like people like you. Hello. Oh, hi, Wildy. Nice. I use a variety of accounts. This one right here is a 50K account. I'm assuming when you say what size of account, you know that I'm doing prop firms. So yeah, 50K and take profit trader. All right, well, we are over 4 hours. I'm pretty mentally spent. So I'm going to go ahead and call it good. I plan on being around sometime tomorrow. It won't be in the morning. So I really don't know when it will be. So if you have not yet, hit the subscribe button and turn on the notification bell. Then you'll know when I do go live in case you want to join. But it's a much more laid back stream on Saturdays. And we'll have a good time. Usually a smaller crowd, so it's easier to get questions and such in. We can have some good discussions and so on and so forth. But yeah, All right. Well, the 21 EMA is not behaving too bad. But yes, again, if you want to support the channel, if you want to get involved with Pam's plan and everything, you can use code CLAY. The two prop firms around here. Whether you're a beginner, intermediate, or advanced, I say take profit trader. Very clean set of rules. Fantastic, best in the business payment policy. You can start to get paid day one from the pro accounts, and you can request money every single day in any amount you want every single day if you so choose. So fantastic for everybody, but definitely a beginner because they're a lot cleaner in terms of rules. But yes, if you're already a veteran prop firm trader and you want to, like I said, support the channel, if you enjoy, then yeah, use code CLAY to take advantage of Apex current deal. So thank you everybody for being here. I appreciate it. Now, for those of you that don't show up tomorrow, no problem. I'll see you back on Monday at 11. Well, I don't know. I'm not sure when I'll be back Monday. I do have a doctor's appointment, but that's pretty early. So I should be back, but I don't know. So again, I guess subscribe and turn on the notification bell, and then you'll know when I come back. So all right, everybody, have a good one. Take care, and have a great. There we go. Have a great weekend.